Chapter 220. If the strange cub were to cultivate on its own, then its growth rate would definitely not be very fast. However, with Shaolin Yu's help every 10 days or so to increase its cultivation by a third, its progress could be said to be very fast. After 2 full years, the strange cub was already half a foot long, and its cultivation had soared to the frightening early stage of the Earth Demon realm. It could already walk freely in the valley, and its current speed far exceeded that of an ordinary early-stage Earth Demon realm cultivator. The strange cub also became more and more reliant on Shaolin Yu. If it didn't see Shaolin Yu every few days, it would search the valley for him. Perhaps it was because it was too familiar with Shaolin Yu's aura, so it could easily find Shaolin Yu's location. In these years of raising the young beasts, Shaolin Yu also discovered that even though many of the magical beasts were relatively docile, most of them were more irritable. Although they could move freely in captivity, they could only be confined to this small valley, which caused those irritable magical beasts to often flip out. If 1 or 2 young magical beasts went crazy, or if they were not strong enough, an Earth Demon realm cultivator could easily deal with them. However, if many young magical beasts went crazy, and some of them were quite strong, then it would be difficult for an Earth Demon realm cultivator to control the situation. However, this kind of situation rarely happened, and even if it did happen, the hunchbacked old man in charge would be able to suppress it. But one day, the hunchbacked old man in charge of the Imperial Beast Hall had something to do and left the valley. Those hot-tempered young beasts all chose this time to fly into a rage. They ran around the valley, roared, or attacked other young beasts. Originally, with Shaolin Yu's strength, he could easily control the situation, but after all, he was a cultivator who had just ascended, so he couldn't appear too strong. He could only take care of the strange cub while pretending to control the situation. Shaolin Yu, who had not yet reached the early stage of the Earth Demon realm, naturally couldn't control the situation. The commotion in the valley also caused Miao Yin and Jia Gang, who had been in seclusion, to come out. The two of them were very familiar with this situation. In the past, they had encountered it before. Every time, the Lord Steward had personally stepped forward to suppress it. Today, however, they could only rely on their own abilities. Although the task of raising the cubs fell on Shaolin Yu's shoulders, Shaolin Yu was not the only one in charge of the other matters. Hence, Miao Yin and Jia Gang did not dare to sit back and do nothing about this situation. If these hot-tempered cubs continued to rage, the consequences would be unimaginable. After being stunned for a moment, Miao Yin and Jia Gang rushed into the depths of the valley and started casting spells to subdue those violent young beasts. When Shaolin Yu saw how nervous the two of them were, she suddenly had an idea. She could not help but sneer. What Miao Yin and Jia Gang did not expect was that no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to control those irritable cubs. Even if they managed to calm them down, it would not take long for them to become irritable again. Furthermore, those cubs with slightly stronger cultivation would even attack them. As a result, the two of them gradually lost their patience and began to cast spells to directly imprison those irritable cubs. At the same time, they also launched attacks on those cubs who dared to attack them. The situation became even more out of control. The imprisoned cubs were still struggling with all their might, looking as if they would risk their lives to regain their freedom. On the other hand, those cubs with slightly stronger cultivation seemed to have gone mad as they attacked the two of them without any regard for their lives. Miao Yin and Jia Gang were very familiar with these cubs. Not only did they know their temperament and what they liked to eat, but they also knew what kind of magical powers they had. Hence, although they were in a very sorry state, they were not in much danger. However, Miao Yin and Jia Gang both felt that the cubs' rebellion this time was very different from the ones in the past. They could not help but think of Shaolin Yu. However, when they saw that Shaolin Yu was also in an extremely sorry state and was dodging left and right, they did not think too much about it. After all, these cubs' rebellion was not something that a cultivator who had just ascended could control. In fact, the cubs' rebellion in the beginning had nothing to do with Shaolin Yu. It was only because they had been trapped for too long. However, After Miao Yin and Jia Gang came out, Xiao Yu used her powerful soul cultivation to continuously shake the cubs' souls, making it difficult for them to calm down. However, Miao Yin and Jia Gang's cultivation levels were too low. They could not detect Xiao Yu's soul fluctuations at all and could not discern the truth. The two of them were besieged by the cubs and gradually became anxious. Their counterattacks became sharper and sharper. Many of the cubs who were not strong enough suffered serious injuries. Although they were anxious, the two of them still had a sense of propriety in their attacks. They only severely injured the cubs and made them lose the ability to fight. They did not dare to really kill the cubs. If they were injured, they could still be saved. It would just waste some medicinal herbs. Moreover, most magical beasts had strong self-recovery abilities. Not only was there no harm to these cubs, it was even a good thing for them to be injured. However, Miao Yin and Jia Gang did not expect that after one of their counterattacks, they would be shocked to find that the two cubs they attacked fell to the ground and died with a stomp of their hooves. Just as the two of them were surprised, many more cubs besieged them. After they came back to their senses, they hurriedly defended themselves again. However, a few more cubs died under their counterattacks. The two of them were just surprised earlier. Now, they were terrified and horrified. It was not a big deal that they had injured the irascible cubs. Neither the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall nor the experts of the sect would look into it. However, if the cubs died in their hands, it was different. If they were injured, they could still be nursed back to health. However, if they died, there was no way to save them. These cubs were indeed the treasures of the East Pole Demon Sect. The two of them had destroyed the sect's treasures. One could imagine how serious the consequences would be. It just so happened that the hunchbacked old man in charge rushed back to the valley. The scene of Miao Yin and Jia Gang killing the cubs was witnessed by him. "Are you two courting death?" The hunchbacked old man in charge was so angry that his whole body trembled. After an angry roar, he released his aura of a late-stage heavenly demon and rushed into the group of irascible cubs. Perhaps because the hunchbacked old man's aura was too strong, all the magical beasts obediently prostrated themselves and gradually calmed down. "Humph! The three of you follow me." After suppressing the irascible cubs, the hunchbacked old man in charge walked to his house with a gloomy face. Xiao Yu and the other two followed him with different thoughts in their minds. Since it was an act and a scheme, Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't be very calm and collected. He made himself look very anxious and nervous. As for Jia Gang and Miao Yin, after entering the house, they knelt on the ground with a plop. They kowtowed and begged, "Lord Steward, the two of us didn't do it on purpose. Those cubs attacked the two of us like crazy. We only blocked them and didn't think of killing them. We beg you to be lenient." "You still dare to beg for mercy? You should be very clear about what these young beasts mean to our Eastern Pole Devil sect. Moreover, these young beasts are numbered and have been registered in the sect. Do you think that the sect won't send someone to investigate when so many of them have disappeared for no reason? I can spare you, but the sect may not spare us." The hunchbacked old man's aura was still a little chaotic. It was obvious that he was very angry. In the past, the two of us could easily suppress those cubs when they went berserk. However, this time, we couldn't suppress them no matter how hard we tried. "Someone must be behind this. Please investigate, Lord," Miao Yin argued. "Someone is behind this? Then do you know who it is?" The hunchbacked old man stared at Miao Yin and asked. At that time, Senior Brother Jia and I were in seclusion. We came out because we sensed something unusual in the valley. At that time, only Xiao Yu was in the valley. He must have been dissatisfied with your punishment, Lord, so he caused trouble to take revenge, Miao Yin said with certainty. In fact, Miao Yin wasn't sure. However, since things had come to this point, he could only shirk the responsibility. "Xiao Yu," Miao Yin said that you did on purpose. "What do you say?" The hunchbacked old man asked Xiao Yu. "That's pure venomous slander. This kid just ascended to the demon realm not long ago. How could he control those cubs that are stronger than me?" Xiao Yu flatly denied. Xiao Yu doesn't admit it. "Miao Yin, you still have something to say. If you don't have evidence, don't frame your fellow disciples, the hunchbacked old man said coldly to Miao Yin, just like he said to Shaolin Yu last time. Naturally, Miao Yin didn't have any evidence, so he could only lower his head, not knowing how to respond. I saw the two of you killing the cubs with my own eyes. This crime is not light, so I can't punish you. I can only report it to the sect and let the sect decide. After saying this, the hunchbacked old man directly sealed Miao Yin and Jia Gang's cultivation. Then, he said to Shaolin Yu, those cubs have just been pacified. Some of them are injured. Take care of them. Don't let them suffer any more losses. Understood, Shaolin Yu replied without batting an eyelid. Then, the hunchbacked old man left. It seemed that he was going to report what happened in the Imperial Beast Hall today to the sect. Although they couldn't be sure if Shaolin Yu was behind it, Miao Yin and Jia Gang were currently glaring at Shaolin Yu with resentment. If their eyes could kill, Shaolin Yu would have died thousands of times by now. Shaolin Yu just smiled faintly at them and left. Shaolin Yu also had the herbs to treat the injured cubs in his storage bag, so it wasn't difficult to treat them. Not long after, Jia Gang and Miao Yin were taken away. However, Shaolin Yu was depressed to find that even though the two of them were taken away, he still had to continue to be responsible for feeding all the cubs. He still had to be busy day and night. However, what Shaolin Yu didn't expect was that Miao Yin and Jia Gang actually returned to the valley less than a month after leaving the Imperial Beast Hall. The three of them were once again invited to the front of the hunchbacked old man. The old man said, "The two of you have made a big mistake. Since the sect has considered that you have always done your best, we'll forgive you this time. However, you have to be more diligent in the future to repay the sect's kindness. How about this? In the future, the three of you will each feed a portion of the cubs that you're more familiar with. Work together and don't make any mistakes." Chapter 2:21. It was no wonder that those two dared to scheme against him. It turned out that they had someone backing them up. However, they had schemed against the wrong person. If it had been an ordinary cultivator who had just been recruited, he would have been bullied by them. Now that the three of them had to work, and each of them was responsible for a part of the job, they naturally had nothing to do with each other. Since the batch of cubs that had been sent over had always been Shaolin Yu's responsibility, it was only natural that those cubs would be under Shaolin Yu's care. That strange cub was naturally no exception. In Shaolin Yu's opinion, he had already taken his revenge. Although he did not get rid of those two annoying fellows as he wished, at least he did not have to work so hard every day. As long as the two of them did not provoke him again, Shaolin Yu would not take revenge on them. However, Shaolin Yu also knew that the two of them would not give up so easily. When they were not at a disadvantage, they still wanted to scheme against him. Now that they had suffered a great loss, how could they not get back at him? Shaolin Yu did not care about what the two of them thought. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and tricks would be futile. His strength was far greater than the two of them. If they really provoked him, even if they had hundreds of schemes, they would only die. At worst, Shaolin Yu would have to give up on this temporary residence. Perhaps it was because they had just made a big mistake, but Miao Yin and Jia Gang had been very obedient. Every time they finished feeding the cubs, they would silently return to their houses, looking as if they were sincerely trying to correct their mistakes. Shaolin Yu would not take the initiative to look for trouble. Right now, his focus was all on the strange cub. Moreover, he insisted that after every feeding, the strange cub's strength would increase by 1/3. More than a year had passed, and the strange cub's size was still the same. However, its strength had reached the middle earth demon stage. Other than the scales on its tail becoming more solid, there was not much change on the surface. Among the more than 3,000 young beasts, those that had reached the middle earth demon realm were already among the best. If they took a step further and reached the late earth demon realm, they would be taken away by the hunchbacked old man in charge and locked up in a row of tall cells or caves. Shaolin Yu naturally did not want such a miraculous cub to be taken away. She wanted to keep it by her side. However, this cub had already been registered when it came in. If she hid it away, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Shaolin Yu reckoned that he didn't have the strength to forcefully take this cub away. Although the Eastern Pole Devil Sect was a third-rate sect on the Blood Moon continent, they probably didn't lack true demon experts. After thinking about it, Shaolin Yu thought of a solution based on the previous incident. If this cub dies, its name will be removed, and I can hide it in the spirit beast pouch, Shaolin Yu muttered to herself after pondering for a while. Of course, she wouldn't let this strange cub really die. Instead, she wanted to create the illusion that the cub had already died. In the Imperial Beast Hall, every demonic beast or cub that died would be registered. Under normal circumstances, the hunchbacked old man in charge would register it. Sometimes the experts of the Easterpole Devil Sect would also personally check it. For example, if some cub that had been chosen by the experts of the Eastern Pole Devil Sect suddenly died, the Imperial Beast Hall naturally wouldn't easily deal with it. At the very least, they would have to give a heads up to those experts who had chosen the cub. Shaolin Yu was also a member of the Imperial Beast Hall. He had been responsible for taking care of these cub for many years. Therefore, he knew which cub in this valley had been reserved. Because these reserved cub needed to be carefully taken care of, the hunchbacked old man in charge would explain it one by one. This cub wasn't chosen by any expert of the Devil Sect. After all, it looked more like a pet and didn't have much fighting strength. Few experts of the devil world were willing to divert their attention to raising a pet. It was precisely because no one wanted it that Shaolin Yu could let it die and then hide it. If an expert of the Devil Sect took a fancy to it, things would become very troublesome. The accidental death of a cub was actually not common in the Eastern Pole Devil Sect's Imperial Beast Hall. This was because these cub were carefully taken care of. Their vitality was also very tenacious. They wouldn't die easily. If there wasn't a good reason for this strange cub to die, Shaolin Yu, as the disciple of the Imperial Beast Hall who was taking care of this cub, would definitely attract trouble. He didn't have any backing in the Eastern Pole Devil Sect. When things came to a head, there might not be anyone who would speak up for him. Therefore, an ordinary accidental death wasn't suitable. After thinking for a long time, Shaolin Yu felt that it would be more appropriate to let those bad-tempered cub in the valley riot once more. At that time, he could let the other cub kill this strange cub. He could also frame Miao Yin and Jia Gang once more. After carefully planning for a while, Shaolin Yu chose a time when the hunchbacked old steward wasn't in the valley. He used his thoughts to touch a few bad-tempered cub that Miao Yin was in charge of feeding. After those few cubs' souls were touched, they immediately went berserk. However, this caused the other bad-tempered cub to go berserk as well. Suddenly, the entire valley shook like thunder. The cub's angry roars and heavy running sounds intertwined together. Miao Yin and Jia Gang, who were in the middle of feeding the cub, turned pale with fright. However, they didn't exert their strength to suppress these violent cub. Instead, they first hid at the side of the house and took out a round bead. Then, they silently watched the chaotic situation in the valley. Shaolin Yu followed his plan. While pretending to suppress those cubs, he influenced those violent cubs to run towards the strange cub's location. In an instant, the place where the strange cub lived became a scene of smoke and dust. Dozens of crazed cubs were trampling there and attacking each other. What surprised Shaolin Yu was that the situation here was so critical, but Miao Yin and Jia Gang didn't have any intention of coming over to suppress it. They just coldly watched in front of the house as if they were watching a show. In less than 100 breaths of time after the cubs' riot, the hunchbacked old steward didn't return. Instead, a very young and handsome Devil Sect cultivator entered the valley. Then, with his heavenly demon stage aura, he intimidated all the violent cubs and controlled the situation. This young cultivator was none other than Fang Yu, who had met Shaolin Yu once in the Hall of Fame and was despised by Jiang Kuei. Don't tell me their backer is this villain? Shaolin Yu frowned slightly. Although Fang Yu's arrival was very timely and sudden, Shaolin Yu's goal was still accomplished. The strange cub had already died under his control, and there wasn't even a corpse left. It was also because of Fang Yu's arrival that Shaolin Yu felt that it was too sudden. Just now, when the strange cub calmly dodged the trampling of dozens of violent cubs, he controlled a violent cub and swallowed the strange cub into its mouth. At that time, Miao Yin and Jia Gang's attention was also focused on that scene, so they saw that scene clearly. In fact, the strange cub wasn't swallowed by the violent cub. At that time, Xiaoling Yu used his powerful soul power to trap the strange cub, causing it to be unable to move for a moment. The moment the strange cub entered the violent cub's mouth, Xiaoling Yu used his mind to store the strange cub into his spirit beast pouch. It was also because Xiaoling Yu's soul realm was too high that he completed the process in a flash. Not to mention Miao Yin and Jia Gang. Even Fang Yu, who was in the heavenly demon stage, couldn't see clearly and only thought that the strange cub had been swallowed. Senior Fang, thank goodness you came in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to avoid being punished by the sect this time. Senior Fang's cultivation is really high. You were able to control the situation in just a moment. The two of us are full of admiration. After the disturbance subsided, Miao Yin and Jia Gang came forward and respectfully flattered him. Don't be long-winded. See if there's any damage to these cubs. Fang Yu was also a person who liked to flatter other masters, so naturally, he liked it more when others flattered him. However, on the surface, he still had the appearance of an indifferent master. Yes, yes, yes. After Miao Yin and Jia Gang nodded, they checked the cub's food. After a while, Miao Yin and Jia Gang responded at the same time. Only a few suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. What about your side? Fang Yu looked at Xiaoling Yu again. Senior Fang, a 7-star magic armor rat, is missing. Xiaoling Yu was still polite. Is it dead or missing? Fang Yu asked knowingly. This junior isn't sure. Just now, this junior seemed to have seen the 7-star magic armor rat being swallowed by a sword-spiked demon lizard. Xiaoling Yu replied with an uncertain look. Did the two of you see it? Fang Yu asked Miao Yin and Jia Gang again. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was winking. Miao Yin and Jia Gang were very smart people, so they naturally understood Fang Yu's meaning. They immediately shook their heads and said that they didn't see the sword-spiked demon lizard swallowing the 7-star magic armor rat just now. This is your Imperial Beast Hall's matter, so I shouldn't ask. However, since I encountered this matter and I just took action, I have to stay and wait for Senior Brother Zhang to come back and ask. I'll send him a message now. Fang Yu seemed to be reasonable as he took out a bead and sent a message. In less than an hour, the hunchbacked old man rushed back and called everyone to his room. These cubs are very interesting. They always choose to riot when I'm not in the hall. It seems that I'd better not leave this valley easily in the future. After the hunchbacked old man sat down, he didn't invite the other cultivators to sit. Instead, he said meaningfully, Sir, there must be a trap in the cubs' riot. Someone must be secretly controlling it. Otherwise, why would they always choose to riot when you're not in the valley? Miao Yin immediately said, Do you have evidence? The hunchbacked old man asked directly. This. Miao Yin was immediately speechless. Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. I don't know how you take care of those cubs. If Junior Brother Fang Yu didn't come today, who knows how many cubs would have died? The hunchbacked old man said with a little anger. Chapter 2:22. Oh, there's such a thing? The hunchbacked elder in charge asked in surprise. Sir, that was a 7-star fiendish armor rat. At that time, I saw it being eaten by a saber-toothed demonic lizard, Xiaoling Yu answered. Even if he didn't say it, he would definitely be asked about it in a while. Did you see it too? The hunchbacked elder asked Miao Yin and Jia Gang. No, Miao Yin and Jia Gang said in unison. Tell me in detail what happened today. The hunchbacked elder didn't seem to intend to ask any more questions. Xiaoling Yu didn't speak, but Miao Yin and Jia Gang began to talk at once. Miao Yin, did the cubs you fed riot first? The hunchbacked elder asked after listening. Yes, sir. Miao Yin nodded. He couldn't deny it, and there was no need to. That saber-toothed demonic lizard was fed by you, Jia Gang, right? The hunchbacked elder asked Jia Gang again. Yes, sir. Jia Gang paused for a moment before replying. He couldn't deny it either. At that time, many riding cubs trampled around the 7-star fiendish armor rat's nest. Is that true? The hunchbacked elder asked again. Yes, Miao Yin stammered. In that case, it's normal for the weaker 7-star fiendish armor rat to be trampled to death or eaten. There's nothing to be suspicious about. The hunchbacked elder in charge concluded. Then he asked Miao Yin and Jia Gang, when the cubs were rioting, why didn't the two of you step in to suppress them? Miao Yin and Jia Gang didn't know how to respond because they had already made an agreement with Fang Yu. If the cubs were to go on a rampage, they would contact Fang Yu. Fang Yu would suppress the cubs and see if there was really someone causing trouble. I know you were worried about accidentally killing the cubs again, but you can't be afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten. If you had acted earlier, that 7-star fiendish armor rat might not have been eaten, the hunchbacked elder said. The hunchbacked old man reprimanded. From his tone, it seemed like he had already accepted that the strange cub had been swallowed. Not only did he not blame Shaoling Yu for not taking care of it properly, he instead blamed Miao Yin and Jia Gang. Miao Yin and Jia Gang were very depressed. At the same time, they were also very nervous. However, the 7-star fiend armor rat was devoured by a violent cub and not killed by them. That was why they could stand here calmly. You can't blame the two of them for this. The situation at that time was too chaotic. Even if they had taken action, they might not have been able to suppress it. It might even have backfired. Fang Yu couldn't help but interject. The person who fed the 7-star magic armor rat knew that the 7-star magic armor rat was very young and weak, but he didn't protect it when the baby beast went berserk. He was also guilty of dereliction of duty. The hunchbacked elder glanced at Fang Yu, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Today, I have to thank Junior Brother Fang for arriving in time and helping my Imperial Beast Hall avoid a disaster. However, the matter here is clear. If Junior Brother Fang has other matters, I won't stay any longer." It was clear that the hunchbacked elder was asking him to leave. He had a good relationship with Jiang Kuei, so he naturally didn't like Fang Yu. Moreover, the hunchbacked elder also knew that his two subordinates had defected to Fang Yu, who was doing very well in the sect, but had an extremely bad reputation. Fang Yu definitely didn't just happen to pass by today. How could the hunchbacked elder endure that his subordinates had asked someone else to back them up? If it were anyone else, they would also have a grudge. It was one thing to take in people from the Imperial Beast Hall as lackeys, but to even meddle in the internal affairs of the Imperial Beast Hall was a little overboard. Therefore, the hunchbacked elder had no reason to keep Fang Yu here. In that case, Junior Brother will take his leave. Fang Yu's expression changed, but he still tactfully left. Although he was doing well in the sect and also addressed the hunchbacked old man as Senior Brother, he knew very well that the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall was a very important position. For the hunchbacked old man to be able to sit in this position, he naturally had a strong background. The steward of the Imperial Beast Hall had always been personally selected by the Lord of the East Pole Demon Sect. It could be said that the steward was the Lord's man. No matter how bold and arrogant Fang Yu was among his peers, he didn't dare to easily fall out with someone like the hunchbacked elder. Moreover, Fang Yu had never liked to play direct games. He preferred to play tricks behind people's backs. Today's matter will end here. That 7-star magic armor rat wasn't a high-level magical beast, so it's dead. I will explain this matter to the sect. In the future, when you don't have any evidence, it's better not to suspect each other. Moreover, you have to remember that you are disciples of the Imperial Beast Hall, not from other halls. Whether you can become an inner disciple or have the opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by the sect's experts, you still need my recommendation. After saying this sentence that was full of threat and reprimand, the hunchbacked elder closed his eyes again and waved to Shaoling Yu and the other two. Miao Yin and Jia Gang repeatedly said yes, then bowed and retreated out of the room. Shaoling Yu then turned around and strode out, looking much more confident. Just as Shaoling Yu walked out of the door, the hunchbacked elder opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and said, "This kid is really brave. He doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Why is he so confident?" The loss of a 7-star magic armor rat in the Imperial Beast Hall didn't cause any disturbance. After all, even Miao Yin and Jia Gang, who detested and hated Shaoling Yu, thought that the 7-star magic armor rat was indeed swallowed by the crazy, saber-toothed demonic lizard. The others didn't have the slightest doubt in their hearts. An ordinary 7-star magic armor rat wasn't a high-level magical beast. If it died, then it died. The experts of the East Pole Demon Sect didn't have much time to carefully examine it. As usual, Shaolin Yu would feed the more than 1,000 young magical beasts that he was responsible for every few days. When he was free, he would return to his secret room and secretly put the food that the strange young magical beasts liked to eat into his spirit beast pouch. He would also inject some of his power into the spirit beast pouch for the strange young magical beasts to absorb. Another 2 years passed in this way. One day, Shaolin Yu was called over by the hunchbacked elder. "You have been in the Imperial Beast Hall for some time. You have been very diligent. Whether it is taking care of the young magical beasts or your own cultivation, you haven't stopped. It is really commendable. Therefore, I have recommended you to the sect and let you formally enter the sect," the hunchbacked elder said with a calm expression. Shaolin Yu also knew that after ordinary cultivators entered the East Pole Demon Sect, they would first be assigned some duties. While working, they would also be observed and tested by the sect. As long as one of the leaders of the East Pole Demon Sect was satisfied, they would have the opportunity to formally enter the sect within 100 years. However, formally entering the sect didn't mean that one would truly become a member of the East Pole Demon Sect. After entering the sect, one would still have to be observed for a period of time. Then, one would become a disciple of a Devil King stage expert of the Devil Sect. Only then would one be considered a true cultivator of the East Pole Demon Sect. One would have the opportunity to receive guidance and cultivation from a Devil King stage expert and enjoy the Devil Sect's cultivation resources and support. This period of time was not certain. It could be very long or very short. Miao Yin and Jia Gang had been in the Imperial Beast Hall for thousands of years. They had entered the sect long ago, but because their aptitude and comprehension were too ordinary, they had stayed in the Imperial Beast Hall to do odd jobs and hadn't been chosen by any Devil King stage cultivators. But once they entered the sect, there would be a Devil Sect expert who would plant a restriction in their soul, making it impossible for them to betray the East Pole Demon Sect for the rest of their lives. They would always think of the East Pole Demon Sect's interests and risk their lives for the sect. This was something that Shaolin Yu learned later. He naturally didn't want others to plant a restriction in his soul, because not only would it restrict him, but it was also very likely that his true cultivation would be exposed. But this time, Shaolin Yu really didn't know how to refuse the hunchbacked old man's kindness. "What? You don't want to?" The hunchbacked old man asked with a gloomy face when he saw Shaolin Yu was silent for a long time. "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I've been with those young bees for a long time and have a deep affection for them. I don't want to leave them," Shaolin Yu lied. Previously, he had thought of leaving the East Pole Devil Sect. However, he was still unfamiliar with the Devil World and the Blood Moon Continent. Even if he left, he wouldn't be able to find peace. He might even fall into an endless massacre. Moreover, the East Pole Devil Sect wouldn't let him leave easily. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough strength to break out. He regretted coming to the East Pole Demon Sect a little, but when he thought of the strange young beast in his spirit beast pouch, his regret faded a lot. At least until now, he had gained a lot in the East Pole Demon Sect. You're very confident. Even if you enter the sect now, there may not be any experts who will take a fancy to you. Maybe you'll be like Miao Yin and Jia Gang, staying in the Imperial Beast Hall forever, the hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Then I'll leave everything to Sir's arrangement. As things stood, Shaolin Yu could only accept it. If his cultivation was really exposed, it might not be a bad thing. After all, the East Pole Demon Sect was only a third-rate sect. There certainly wouldn't be many experts with the strength of a true demon. Moreover, after entering the sect, Shaolin Yu could freely enter and leave the Imperial Beast Hall and the East Pole Demon Sect. The soul restriction planted in him would automatically emit an aura that belonged to the East Pole Demon Sect. The demonic beasts in charge of guarding the Demon Sect's encampment wouldn't make things difficult for him. In the future, this will be your identity jade tablet. You just need to recognize it as your master. The hunchbacked old man threw a black jade tablet to Xiaoling Yu. After Xiaoling Yu took it, he said again, "Close your eyes and concentrate." Xiaoling Yu knew that the hunchbacked old man was about to plant a soul restriction on him. Not only was he not too nervous, but he also relaxed a lot. With the cultivation of the late heavenly demon realm, even if the hunchbacked old man could successfully plant a restriction in his soul, it was impossible for him to see through his true cultivation. Chapter 223. What Xiaoling Yu didn't know was that the restriction of the East Pole demon sect could be planted by any cultivator in the heavenly demon realm as long as the other party didn't resist. The restriction was sealed in a jade talisman and wasn't created by anyone at the time. Most of the stewards of the East Pole demon sect carried a few jade talismans with them. The jade talisman was quite miraculous. After it turned into black smoke and entered between his eyebrows, it sensed that Xiaoling Yu's soul wasn't in his sea of consciousness, but in the chaotic demon nascent soul in his dantian. Therefore, it immediately went to his dantian and sank into the chaotic demon nascent soul. Immediately, Xiaoling Yu felt something extra in his soul. However, with his realm, he couldn't find out what kind of restriction was planted in his soul, nor where it was hidden. However, Xiaoling Yu could clearly sense that there was a strange aura overflowing from his chaotic demon nascent soul, which then spread out from his body to the surroundings. This aura was something all cultivators of the East Pole demon sect had. I've just arrived in the demon realm, but I've already been marked with their mark. I'm afraid I'll have to go through a lot of trouble to leave the East Pole demon sect in the future. Xiaoling Yu looked calm on the surface, but he was sighing in his heart. After sensing the change in Xiaoling Yu's aura, the hunchbacked old man was satisfied and said with a smile, "Now you're considered a member of the East Pole demon sect. As long as you're diligent and practical, there will definitely be experts from the sect who will take you as a disciple in the future." "Thank you for your guidance, sir," Xiaoling Yu said, pretending to be very grateful. If this old man has the chance, I will help you speak up and fight for you to have a more powerful master." The hunchbacked old man nodded repeatedly and then said, "The reason why Miao Yin and Jia Gang repeatedly made things difficult for you before was actually because you haven't joined the sect yet. Now that you've joined the sect, there's no need to be too polite to them. We cultivators of the Demon Tao can't be too greedy and treacherous, but we must be ruthless. We must dare to fight and fight without too much scruples." "I'll remember." Xiaoling Yu cupped his fists as he replied, yet he felt in his heart that even though this hunchbacked old man seemed to have one foot in the grave, his heroic spirit wasn't inferior to Jiang Kuei. "You haven't been in the Eastern Pole Devil sect for long. You don't have anyone to rely on here. So, you can't be too presumptuous. You have to think twice before you do something. You have to be careful and meticulous when you do things. You can't give yourself away. It won't be good if you fall into the hands of others. Moreover, when you're fighting with others or scheming against others, you must not give the other party a chance to breathe. Try to kill them with one blow and not leave any future troubles." The hunchbacked old man thought for a while and added a sentence that seemed to have a deep meaning. "This kid has no intention of fighting with others. However, if others insist on pestering him, it's not like this kid has no way of making them regret it," Xiaoling Yu said calmly. "In the devil realm, it's impossible to completely stay out of it, unless you don't want to improve anymore. Some experts of the devil realm appear to be calm on the surface, but no one knows what they are thinking in their hearts. When they're laughing and chatting with you, they may be scheming against you in their hearts." After the hunchbacked old man replied, he waved his hand and said, "That's all for today. You can go out and do your own things. Even though you have entered the sect, you still have to do your work well." Xiaoling Yu felt that the hunchbacked old man was sincerely sharing his experience with him. Therefore, he listened and felt a little grateful to the hunchbacked old man. Before he left, he cupped his fists and bowed. After officially entering the sect, Xiaoling Yu had the right to freely enter and leave the Imperial Beast Hall and the Eastern Pole Devil sect. However, if he really wanted to go out and do something, he still had to greet the hunchbacked old man and asked for his permission before he could temporarily leave. Xiaolingyu really wanted to go out and walk around. Because he was cooped up in the valley of the Imperial Beast Hall every day, it was very difficult for him to obtain too much information. However, this matter didn't need to be rushed. If he was too anxious, it would instead arouse suspicion. Miao Yin and Jia Gang had been very calm recently. Perhaps it was because Xiaolingyu had entered the sect, or perhaps it was because they couldn't scheme against Xiaolingyu. In any case, their attitude towards Xiaolingyu had changed greatly recently. They often pretended to be very kind and greeted him. One wouldn't slap a smiling face. Xiaolingyu was very calm and perfunctory towards the change in their attitudes. For a time, the three of them appeared to be old friends on the surface. Xiaolingyu knew that the more the two acted like this, the more likely they were scheming against him. They were only trying to find an opportunity to get close to him. However, Xiaolingyu was a cautious person. From Earth until now, he had been through a lot. It wouldn't be easy for the two of them to find a flaw in him. If Xiaolingyu was the kind of person who would easily reveal a flaw, he probably would have died countless times in the cultivation world. The Imperial Beast Hall had been very peaceful. The exotic cub was now a little bigger, and its strength had soared from the early Earth Demon realm to the middle Earth Demon realm. It had made such progress in just a few years. This exotic cub's ability to digest primal chaos force was too strong. Otherwise, Xiaolingyu could only wait. Half a year after Xiaolingyu officially entered the sect, he found a hunchback steward and said that he wanted to go out. The hunchback steward didn't ask much. He even gave Xiaolingyu a jade slip with a map of the nearby continent and gave him a 1-month deadline to go out. After obtaining the hunchbacked steward's permission, Xiaolingyu quietly left the East Pole Demon Sect. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. After looking through the map jade slip, Xiaolingyu knew that there was an average-sized city in the southwest direction of the East Pole Devil Sect. He headed towards that city. The city was called Minjing City. It was said that it was built by an expert called Minjing many years ago. It was about 30,000 miles away from the East Pole Demon Sect's encampment. If it were in the cultivation world, 30,000 miles would only take Xiaolingyu 100 breaths to travel. However, his speed had dropped a lot due to the increased spatial pressure. Moreover, he appeared to be a cultivator who had just ascended. Therefore, the 30,000 miles would take a lot of time to travel. At the very least, he had to walk out of the East Pole Demon Sect's sphere of influence before he could use flying techniques to hasten his journey. It took about 3 days for Xiaolingyu to truly walk out of the East Pole Demon Sect's sphere of influence. For the rest of the journey, he wouldn't pass by the territories of other sections. Therefore, when Xiaolingyu saw that there was no one around, he leaped into the air and flew forward like an arrow. Flying at full speed, Xiaolingyu's speed was much faster, but even so, it would still take him at least 5 days to reach Mingming City. There weren't any sects along the way, but it didn't mean that it was unimpeded. Along the way, there would occasionally be bandits appearing and robbing passersby. Xiaolingyu had seen a lot of it, so he didn't take it to heart. After all, this was the devil world and not the immortal world. It was also not a country with a harmonious legal system like on Earth. He wasn't a busybody because there were too many of these kinds of things. He simply couldn't manage them all. This was a common phenomenon in the devil world. Even the top experts of the devil world had a positive attitude towards this. The experts of the devil world wanted everyone in the devil world to be good at fighting and eliminate the weak who weren't good at fighting. Xiaolingyu didn't care about other people's business, but other people wouldn't avoid him because of this. Generally speaking, the cultivation of those bandits wasn't high. This was because most of the cultivators with slightly higher cultivation would join some sects and wouldn't take the risk of robbing outside. Cultivators who could fly were experts in the eyes of ordinary devil world cultivators. Therefore, after flying for 3 days, Xiaolingyu encountered several groups of bandits, but there was never any trouble. However, 3 days later, Xiaolingyu was stopped by a group of bandits. This group of bandits had more than 30 people, and 3 of them could fly. They should be considered a powerful bandit group in this area. Xiaolingyu was stopped by those 3 people. At first, he was a little nervous, but after he saw the other party's cultivation, he calmed down a lot. Among them, there wasn't a true devil stage expert. The strongest one was only a mid-stage devil king, and there were 2 early-stage devil kings. The rest were all in the heavenly devil stage. None of them were in the earth devil stage. Originally, these people couldn't stop Shaolin Yu, but gradually approaching Mingyi City, Shaolin Yu slowed down a lot to avoid attracting attention. He didn't expect to be stopped by the bandits. "Kid, leave your storage magic treasure and scram." The mid-stage Devil King bandit shouted at Shaolin Yu. Shaolin Yu looked around indifferently. Although he was surrounded, his expression was still very calm. He smiled and said, "Why? Because you have more people? You still dare to talk back. You're courting death." The mid-stage Devil King bandit sensed that Shaolin Yu was only in the heavenly devil stage after concealing his cultivation aura. His heart was set. After shouting, he directly rushed up. Shaolin Yu originally wanted to follow the rules of the devil world, where the weak would be mercilessly killed if they angered the strong. He wanted to directly kill all these bandits, but suddenly he had a thought and temporarily gave up on this plan. By the time a mid-stage Devil Lord bandit rushed to Shaolin Yu's side, seeing that his fist was about to land on Shaolin Yu's face, Shaolin Yu quickly lifted his leg and kicked the other party's abdomen. With a scream, the bandit leader's body flew out and then fell from midair. He crashed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Even the strongest bandit leader was sent flying with a kick. The remaining bandits were all dumbfounded. Shaolin Yu didn't use his full strength in that kick, so the bandit leader quickly flew up again. After spitting, he said, "What a hard leg. What are you all in a daze for? Come with me. If we don't end him today, none of you will have a good ending." After the bandit leader finished speaking, he and his subordinates all rushed towards Shaolin Yu. The momentum was not small, but in just 2 or 3 breaths, the bandits who rushed over all flew back with a wail and then fell to the ground. They hugged their stomachs and cried out in pain. Shaolin Yu also landed and walked slowly to the bandit leader. At first, the bandit leader was very nervous and fearful. But after a few moments, he forced himself to calm down and said very straightforwardly, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. No need to talk nonsense. If you're afraid of death, then don't cultivate the devil Tao. If you're afraid of death, then don't be a bandit. Haha, you have some backbone." Chapter 224. The bandit leader only let out a pained grunt, but his eyes were fixed on Shaolin Yu, showing no signs of fear. Shaolin Yu moved again and stepped on the bandit leader's other arm. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of torturing me like this? I've suffered enough," the bandit leader said angrily after he cried out in pain again. Demon cultivators focused on the cultivation of their bodies. However, the more they did so, the harder it was for them to recover from their injuries. Furthermore, the pain they felt when they were injured was even more intense. Shaolin Yu did not reply. Instead, he quietly went to the other party's leg. Just as he was about to step on the other party's leg, he suddenly stopped and squatted down. He seemed to be very interested as he asked, "How many magic crystals can you snatch in a year?" "Why? Since physical torture is not effective, you want to resort to verbal abuse?" the bandit leader said hatefully. No, I'm just curious." Shaolin Yu shook her head. "If you want to kill me, then don't dawdle. I don't want to talk nonsense with you," the bandit leader said stubbornly. "Although you're not afraid of death, you definitely don't care about your own life. If you can answer my questions honestly, I think I can let you off." Shaolin Yu stood up and did not seem to be joking. "Why should I believe you?" the bandit leader asked in disbelief. "Because you have no other choice. You may not be afraid of death, but your subordinates may not be. Even if they don't care about their lives, what right do you have to make them die for you?" Shaolin Yu pointed at the injured bandits around her and sneered. The bandit leader frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Ask away then." "Answer my question first," Shaolin Yu said calmly. "Our harvest in a year is not certain. Sometimes we don't steal anything in a year. Sometimes we can steal tens of thousands of mid-grade magic crystals," the bandit leader replied after thinking for a while. Tens of thousands of mid-grade magic crystals is equivalent to a few million low-grade magic crystals. This is considered a good harvest, Xiaoling Yu said with satisfaction. That's only when we're lucky. On average, we only get 10,000 mid-grade magic crystals a year, the bandit leader continued. The amount of magic crystals you need for a year's cultivation is not a small amount. In this way, you won't be too rich. Xiaoling Yu nodded. If we were rich, why would we become bandits? The bandit leader said indignantly. Why don't you join some sects and enjoy a quiet life? Why did you choose to become bandits? Xiaoling Yu asked with a puzzled look. People like us are not talented. When we first ascended, no sects were willing to take us in, or we were hunted down by strong enemies. We weren't chosen by the upper middle sects, and we didn't want to join the weak sects, so we became bandits. Although it's risky, at least we're happy. At least we don't lack magic crystals for cultivation, the bandit leader replied. In fact, Xiaoling Yu also knew that the weaker sects would not be able to control the magic crystal mines. Their disciples had a hard time cultivating, and it was not much better than being bandits. Even the sects that had the magic crystal mines had better conditions for recruiting disciples. Even if they joined the sects and became disciples, the magic crystals they could obtain from the sects were pitifully small. After a moment of silence, Xiaoling Yu said, "It's too dangerous for you to rob like this. Just like today, when you met me, your days of cultivation in the demon realm have come to an end. So what? If we weren't together and didn't rob, maybe we wouldn't even be here today," the bandit leader said nonchalantly. "What I mean is that there's a problem with the way you rob and your strategy. If you act so recklessly, you'll meet an expert sooner or later, and you'll all lose your lives," Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. "Isn't that how all robberies are? Where's the strategy and method?" The bandit leader said indignantly. Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "Where's your lair? Can you take me there for a while?" What are you going there for? Don't tell me you think there's treasure there?" The bandit leader asked cautiously. Now that I'm at the chopping block, you're all meat on the chopping block. If I want something from you, won't you obediently give it to me? I'm only going to your lair to have a drink." Xiaoling Yu shook his head and smiled. The bandit leader thought about it and agreed, but he still asked, "Can you really let us go? You don't have any deep grudges with me. You robbed me and didn't hurt me at all. Why should I kill all of you?" Xiaoling Yu said in a seemingly friendly manner. The bandits' lair was not far from where they robbed Xiaoling Yu. After flying for a day, Xiaoling Yu and the injured bandits arrived at their destination. This was a very desolate mountain range. The demonic spirit Qi was very thin, and there was a layer of gray smoke everywhere, making it difficult for people to feel any nostalgia for this place. However, this place was the bandits' favorite hiding place because very few cultivators were willing to visit this place, making it easy for them to hide their tracks. This group of bandits' lair was in a deep cave deep in the mountain range. First, they passed through a tunnel with alarms and restrictions at regular intervals. Then, they arrived at a rather large cave deep in the ground. In the cave, there were some stone tables and chairs, and there were many quiet rooms around. The layout was very simple. These bandits only suffered superficial injuries, and they had mostly recovered after a day of traveling. At this time, they were all sitting on the stone pillars in the cave, staring at Xiaoling Yu, who was still smiling calmly. "What good wine do you have? Take it out and try it," Xiaoling Yu said to the bandit leader. Although the bandit leader had received Xiaoling Yu's permission not to kill him, he did not relax at all. Therefore, he had been acting as if he was facing a great enemy, completely forgetting that Xiaoling Yu had said before coming here that he wanted to drink a few cups. After being stunned for a moment, the bandit leader called out to his subordinates, "Go to the wine cellar and bring a few jars of Roaming Dragon's Song here." Hearing the 3 words Roaming Dragon's Song, the bandits who had not reached the Devil King stage all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not long after, a few buckets of wine were brought out. The wine jars had not been unsealed, but the smell of wine had already filled the entire cave. The bandit leader's expression became even more expectant. The bandit leader moved a jug of wine in front of him, and then he made a hand seal to undo the seal on the jug. Instantly, The smell of wine became even stronger, but what was even more surprising was that there were actually waves of dragon roars that weren't very loud coming from the jug. Xiaoling Yu could not help but be curious. The bandit leader took out a few dozen large bowls, then poured out the wine jars one by one. What made Xiaoling Yu even more curious was that within the bowl of sake, there was a mist-like gas moving about. At first glance, it looked as if there were a few small dragons swimming about in the wine, and the low dragon's roars were still coming from the wine bowl from time to time. No wonder it's called Roaming Dragon's Song. Xiaoling Yu praised in his heart, then did not hold back, took a bowl, and poured it into his mouth. Just now, when the bandit leader poured the wine, Xiaoling Yu had already used his mind to check that the wine had not been tampered with. Moreover, with the abilities of these bandits, even if they had tampered with the wine, they would not be able to do anything to him. For Xiaoling Yu, the demonic spirit power in the wine wasn't too heavy. But after drinking it, he felt as if there were soft insects crawling through his meridians and organs. If he looked carefully, he would discover that these weren't small insects, but wisps of aura that flowed through his body like gossamer threads. Every time it swam a certain distance, a part of the aura would be consumed, and Xiaoling Yu's power would increase a little. Although the increase was not much, not even 1,000th, it was still effective in increasing his power. It was not much for Xiaoling Yu, but for those earth demon or heavenly demon realm cultivators, it was definitely extraordinary. However, they could not gulp it down like Xiaoling Yu, and even those in the Demon King realm would find it difficult to drink 3 cups. All the bandits held a bowl each, but they were holding it carefully as if it was a rare treasure, and even when it was brought to their mouths, they would take small sips. After drinking 3 bowls in a row, Xiaoling Yu wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, "You guys are going out to try your luck. Actually, why don't you choose a target first, then carry out the robbery with a specific plan?" Hearing Xiaoling Yu's words, all the bandits put down their bowls and listened attentively. In this way, not only will the chances of success be much higher, but you can also avoid the risks, because the target you choose will definitely be someone you can deal with. It will not be like you guys randomly blocking people on the road, only to be unlucky and run into a strong person. Although this will be a little slower, as long as the plan is thorough and the target chosen is suitable, you might even reap greater rewards, Xiaoling Yu continued. The bandits were a little confused, but they seemed to be able to pick up some clues. If some of the targets are too big, you can also work together with other bandit groups to take them down. In short, a well-planned robbery with a target and preparation is definitely much safer than going out to try your luck. After a long time, you can become familiar with the other bandits and gradually form an alliance, forming a strong force. Xiaoling Yu drank another bowl of wine and spoke tirelessly with great interest. All the bandits no longer stared at Xiaoling Yu, but lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Xiaoling Yu's words were actually very simple and easy to understand. However, in the eyes of these bandits, robbing people was just going out to try their luck. There were no tricks, but today, Xiaoling Yu made them feel as if the clouds had parted and the sun had risen. Since they were bandits, they generally didn't have much ambition and strength. This caused them to not think much and not have high expectations for their future. Therefore, they wouldn't think much about planning their own future. They would just take it one step at a time. After all, they lived a life where there might not be a tomorrow. All right, the wine has been drunk, and I have other things to do, so I won't delay any longer. Xiaoling Yu finished speaking and stood up, looking as if he was about to leave immediately. Chapter 225. Is there anything else? Xiaoling Yu asked as he stood still. Not only did you not kill us, but you even taught us how to rob. You repay evil with good. It is truly admirable. Please accept our respect. The bandit leader said as he bowed to Xiaoling Yu with the rest of the bandits. Actually, I have many good ideas. I'm just afraid that if I say too much, it will confuse you, Xiaoling Yu said as he waved his hand. What other ideas do you have? Can you give us some pointers? The bandit leader asked curiously. Haha, it's good enough that I can tell you this much. Take it as my reward for drinking your roaming dragon's chant. Don't be too greedy. I have no obligation to give you pointers. Furthermore, you won't be able to chew it all up if you're greedy, Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. After thinking for a while, the bandit leader knelt on the ground. Although the other bandits didn't know why, they all knelt down as well. Xiaoling Yu only glanced at them indifferently. He didn't ask them to get up. This was the effect he wanted. Sir, if you can give us some pointers, we will repay you with our lives, the bandit leader said loudly. Repay you with our lives? Many bandits echoed. Xiaoling Yu's eyes revealed a satisfied look. He said, if you really treat me wholeheartedly, I can help you grow stronger quickly. The bandit leader hesitated for a while, but he made up his mind and said, we are willing to swear on our souls that we will be loyal to you for all eternity. That's one way, Xiaoling Yu said, non-committally. After hearing Xiaoling Yu's words, all the bandits in the cave began to swear under the leadership of their leader. For these bandits, who didn't know if there would be a tomorrow after today, Xiaoling Yu's appearance and words brought them hope, allowing them to see the dawn. This was an irresistible temptation to the bandits. After all, no one wanted to live a precarious life, no one wanted to die, and everyone wanted their cultivation to be more stable. Xiaoling Yu's pointers just now were only a few words. These bandits couldn't understand the key points in a short time, so they wanted more pointers. They also wanted to rely on Xiaoling Yu. After all, they had all seen Xiaoling Yu's strength. He was definitely much stronger than them. It wasn't embarrassing to follow such an expert. Xiaoling Yu calmly accepted the bandits' oath of loyalty because he needed manpower. He wanted to establish a foothold in the devil world. It was too tiring and dangerous to rely on himself. His experience in the cultivation world also told him that having more people might not be useful, but it was definitely better than having fewer people. Moreover, Xiaoling Yu also needed to gather some magic stones for himself to make sufficient preparations for his future cultivation. If he went to find magic stones by himself, not only would it take too much time, it would also be very dangerous. Xiaoling Yu had the intention of making use of these bandits, but these bandits would also benefit. This was actually a win-win situation. Since you were so sincere, I might as well say more. Xiaoling Yu sat down again and began to pour out all his ideas. It was nothing more than some business skills that he learned on Earth, but to these bandits, it was invaluable advice. After a full 4 hours, Xiaoling Yu stood up again and said, think about what I just said, then go out and give it a try. I will find time to come and take a look. After saying this, Xiaoling Yu left under the gazes of the bandits and flew towards Mengming City. This time, it should be effortless for him to gather more than 30 Earth Demon late-stage subordinates. If these bandits were smart enough and could understand Xiaoling Yu's meaning, it wouldn't be long before they grew stronger and formed an alliance with other bandit groups. Of course, if they weren't smart enough, it was very likely that they would be wiped out very quickly. What Xiaoling Yu needed were smart and capable subordinates, not mediocre people. 2 days later, Xiaoling Yu arrived at the gate of Mengming City. He only glanced at the towering city walls before following the crowd into the city. The cities of the demon realm were the same as many cities of the cultivation realm. If you wanted to enter, you had to pay an entrance fee. However, it was only 2 low-grade devil stones, which Xiaoling Yu could still afford. Before Xiaoling Yu ascended to the devil world, he left a large portion of his collection of immortal stones in the Shuntian Academy. But at the same time, the Sky Alliance also gave him some devil stones so that he wouldn't be so poor when he ascended to the devil world. Mengming City was relatively prosperous. However, it was different from other cities. Although the buildings here were also grand and imposing, they didn't pay much attention to appearance. Most of them looked like they were piled up with stones and didn't have the slightest bit of beauty. The cultivators of the demon realm had always done as they pleased in all aspects and didn't want to waste time. Xiaoling Yu didn't come to Mengming City for anything important. He just wanted to buy a few jade slips about the demon realm and see if he could find some information about the space between the immortal realm and the demon realm. Going to the immortal realm was a mission that Xiaoling Yu had to complete. However, this mission was very dangerous, so he had to prepare early. There were many shops that sold jade slips in Mengming City. Whenever Xiaoling Yu came across one, he would go in and take a look. The number of jade slips he collected increased. Every time he left a shop, he would continue to look for other shops while scanning the jade slips with his mind. His brows gradually furrowed. Through the information in the jade slips, Xiaolingyu knew that the Blood Moon continent he was currently in was in the northwest of the Demon Realm. The space between the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm would only appear in the east of the Demon Realm because the space barrier between the two realms was there. In other words, if Xiaolingyu wanted to go to the Immortal Realm, he had to go to the east of the Demon Realm first. However, the Demon Realm was vast and boundless. Even if one could continuously teleport from the Blood Moon continent to the east of the Demon Realm, it would take a very long time. It was said that it would take at least a few thousand years. Xiaolingyu didn't have the ability to use the teleportation array without waiting in line like he did in the cultivation world. Therefore, the teleportation time would be many times longer. Moreover, the teleportation cost was also not small. Most importantly, even if one was teleported there, they might not be qualified to enter. In that independent space, there were a lot of resources. For the Demon Realm, which was relatively poor in resources, entering that independent space would undoubtedly allow one to obtain a lot of supplies. Of course, one could also obtain benefits by killing the cultivators of the Immortal Realm. In the same realm, cultivators of the Demon Realm were often stronger than cultivators of the Immortal Realm. Therefore, every time those independent spaces opened, the battle between the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm in the connecting space between the Demon Realm and the Immortal Realm was mostly won by the Demon Realm. Since there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, the great clans of the Devil World naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They would send their most powerful disciples below the profound Devil Realm into the battlefield. And in the same connected space, only 10,000 people could enter. Those who weren't very strong and didn't have a strong background could forget about obtaining a quota. 10,000 people seemed to be a lot, but for the vast Demon Realm, it was too little. The cultivators who could enter were all top experts in the Spirit Demon Realm. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of going to the Immortal Realm for Xiaolingyu. Therefore, his expression was very heavy and his thoughts were a little erratic. "Get out of the way!" Just as he was deep in thought, a loud shout was heard. Xiaolingyu came back to his senses and looked to the front. He saw a very tall magical beast that looked like a horse. It was pulling an iron cage and driving over a leisurely pace. On the back of the demonic beast sat a middle-aged, burly man with a malicious face. In the iron cage, there were more than 20 cultivators in ragged clothes who looked like beggars. There were obviously runes flowing on the iron bars of the iron cage. It should be very sturdy. Prisoners. This word instantly appeared in Xiaolingyu's mind. Save me. Save us. The cultivators in the cage all had miserable expressions and were all calling for help from passers-by. However, this was the Demon Realm, and the city was full of demonic cultivators. Most of them were indifferent and ignored the people in the cage. Some even laughed in disdain. Outside the cage, there were a few cultivators who were dressed similarly to the burly man. They waved the high-quality leather whips in their hands and lashed at the cultivators who were calling for help. They constantly cursed and scolded. Looks like class oppression is really everywhere. Xiaolingyu sighed in his heart. Although he sympathized with these cultivators, he didn't have any intention of helping. In the Demon Realm, it was difficult for everyone to protect themselves. How could they spare the energy to care about the life and death of others? Save me. Just as Xiaolingyu was about to stride away, he heard a very clear and childish voice in his ears. Someone was transmitting a message to him, and it was a child. Xiaolingyu was surprised. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little boy in the cage looking at him expectantly. He can actually transmit a message to me. Xiaolingyu muttered to himself. Why should I save you? Saving you will definitely cause a lot of trouble. There's so many people here. Why did you choose me? Xiaolingyu stopped in his tracks. His lips moved a few times as he transmitted a message back. Because along the way, you're the only one who sympathizes with us. If you save me, I can give you unimaginable benefits. I definitely won't let you save me for nothing. The boy looked immature, but his words were not bad. Haha, you should find someone else. Xiaoling Yu laughed and turned to leave after transmitting a message. Xiaoling Yu was not that bold to make a move in the city. The city guard in the city could easily kill him 10,000 times over, unless he could instantly disappear after making a move. You've wasted a great opportunity. I feel sorry for you. The boy's voice sounded again, but Xiaoling Yu was unmoved. He continued to stride away. However, he had only walked less than 100 feet when he heard a loud shout. Then, there was an explosion and the nearby buildings trembled at the same time. Xiaoling Yu turned around and saw a cultivator wrapped in a hazy, demonic aura. He couldn't see his appearance clearly. He swung a broadsword at the cage. Chapter 2:26. Could it be that someone is trying to break the prisoner? Xiaoling Yu was curious and did not run away like the passers-by for fear of being affected. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and watched carefully. How dare you? Do you think you can touch the Marquis slave miner? The brawny man on the horse shouted and then flew up from the demonic beast. A pitchfork suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at the cultivator wrapped in demonic chi. The cultivator covered in demonic chi snorted coldly, and then the demonic chi around him turned into a fist and smashed at the pitchfork. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from the prisoner carriage, and the ground and the surrounding buildings trembled. After the fist made contact with the pitchfork, the demonic chi dissipated in an instant, and the pitchfork flew far away with the brawny man. Before the crowd could see the cultivator's appearance clearly, the dispersed demonic chi gathered on his body again. Before the brawny man could attack again, the cultivator's demonic chi gathered again and formed a fist, but this time it smashed hard on the back of the demonic saber in the cultivator's hand. Boom! Another explosion came, but this time it was accompanied by a dazzling light. The light came from the prisoner carriage, and it was the power of the talisman on the iron cage of the prisoner carriage. But in just a moment, the light disappeared, and the prisoner carriage was torn to pieces. Before the cultivator could do anything, the brawny man attacked again with his pitchfork. The cultivator seemed to have no time to recall his demonic chi, or the demonic chi had been exhausted, and he could no longer use it to defend himself, but his demonic saber swept out horizontally. Clang! The demonic saber and the pitchfork collided, and a string of sparks burst out. The two demonic weapons collided violently, and the powerful momentum instantly flattened all the shaking buildings on the street. Third uncle, the little boy who sent the voice transmission to Xiaoling Yu shouted, "Go!" The aura of the cultivator who broke out of the prison was still rising. The demonic saber in his hand also shone with a demonic light, sweeping the pitchfork away. One of his feet also ruthlessly kicked the burly man's lower abdomen. The pitchfork flew out of the brawny man's hand, and the brawny man was sent flying backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Let's go!" The escaping cultivator let loose a loud cry as bursts of devilish chi surged out from his body. In just a few moments, the entire street block within a radius of several thousand feet had been completely submerged. Xiaoling Yu had been staring at the little boy just now. When she saw the little boy's sorrowful face full of tears, she felt a little sad. Therefore, her body was also drowned by the demonic chi. Surrounded by demonic chi, Xiaoling Yu was shocked to find that her thoughts were completely confined to her body. All she could see was billowing demonic chi, and she couldn't see more than a foot away with her naked eye. It was obvious that the cultivator who broke out of the prison was covering for the little boy's escape, and the devil chi should be the cultivator's power released through magic. Xiaoling Yu was just about to fly out of this area, shrouded in devil chi, but his sleeve was pulled, and he heard a child's voice saying to him, "Take me away. Let me go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Xiaoling Yu's heart trembled as he was pulled back, and he said nervously, "Take me away, I beg you. If we don't leave now, the city guards will completely surround this place." The little boy begged. Xiaoling Yu could actually shake off the little boy, but he wasn't one of those cold-blooded demons. Deep down, he didn't think of himself as a cultivator of the devil Tao. He always felt that he was still a normal person with flesh and blood and rich emotions. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he reached out and grabbed the little boy's arm. Then, in a flash, he moved more than 3,000 feet forward. Just as the little boy expected, at this moment, there were already many experts from the city guards rapidly surrounding them. If Shaolin Yu was half a beat slower, he and the little boy would have been surrounded in the area where the demonic chi was wreaking havoc. Before the expert from the city guards formed an encirclement, Shaolin Yu and the little boy escaped first. Then, he brought the little boy to the city gate without looking back. The city guards shouldn't have taken you as a target yet, right? Shaolin Yu asked as he sped along. Absolutely not. They don't know who I am. I was just a slave miner before. It will take some time for the city guards to find out about the situation just now, the little boy said with certainty. I hope you don't cause me big trouble. Otherwise, Shaolin Yu said unhappily. I will only bring you great benefits, the little boy said calmly. Why do you have to keep an eye on me? Shaolin Yu asked again. First, it's because you are different from other cultivators of the devil Tao. I can see that, so you don't have to deny it. Second, you didn't directly run away just now, which proves that your curiosity is very strong. Third, it's because you're the strongest person around at that time, the little boy said methodically. Your eyesight is very sharp, but with your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to see these things, Shaolin Yu said with a gloomy expression. My eyesight is sharp. That's my innate talent. Although my cultivation isn't high, I can see through many things that you experts can't see through, the little boy said calmly without the slightest hint of arrogance in his tone. No wonder that cultivator risked his life to save you, Shaolin Yu said in a muffled voice. Sooner or later, I will avenge him and my family, the little boy said hatefully. From this, Shaolin Yu could tell that this little boy was definitely someone with a story. However, although he was a genius at such a young age, now that he was carrying a huge grudge, it was bound to affect his state of mind and his future development. This made Shaolin Yu feel a little more sympathy for him. The two of them quickly arrived at the city gate. The city gate didn't seem to have changed because of what had just happened in the city. There were still people going in and out. The cultivators coming and going, and the guards at the gate all had very normal expressions on their faces. There were no accidents when they left Mini City. The guards didn't stop them. They probably hadn't received any news yet, or the little boy's importance wasn't enough to alarm the guards. Shaolin Yu didn't dare to stay. After leaving Mini City, he first walked for a while. When there was no one around, he flew into the sky. After flying for more than 4 hours, Shaolin Yu finally dared to stop in a forest. Now that you're out of danger, we'll part ways here. After Shaolin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and flew away. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. But just as he turned around, his sleeve was pulled again. If you want to save me, you have to do it until the end. This place isn't far from Mini City. My cultivation isn't high, so my speed is very slow. If you leave me behind, I might be caught again, the little boy said with a pleading expression. You're just a mining slave. They might not go through so much trouble just to catch you. Shaolin Yu flung his sleeve and shook off the little boy's hand. But after speaking, he didn't fly away. I was just a mining slave in their eyes before, but after today, I definitely won't be. They'll definitely chase after me. I have to hide in a safe place, the little boy explained gloomily. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me, Shaolin Yu said coldly. Have you ever thought that if I'm caught, they'll force a confession out of me or directly search my soul? They'll definitely find out about your existence. They definitely won't let you go. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the little boy could only use the hard approach. It won't be easy for them to find me, Shaolin Yu said unconcernedly. It really won't be easy. If you run far away and don't come within 1,000,000 miles of Mini City, it will indeed be very difficult for them to find you. But if I'm caught by them in a short period of time, I think their experts will have already found you before you can escape 1,000,000 miles, the little boy said very shrewdly. Shaolin Yu and the little boy didn't talk much, only a few words, but he was depressed to find that he couldn't gain the upper hand in words. The little boy seemed to have calculated everything, and his mind seemed to be very mature. "How old are you this year?" Xiaoling Yu suddenly asked curiously. "Less than 200 years old," the little boy replied. Xiaoling Yu originally thought that although this little boy looked young, he should actually be older than him. But he didn't expect him to be less than 200 years old. It's really a pity to lose your life before you're 200 years old. "All right, I'll do as you said and save you until the end." Xiaoling Yu felt that this little boy was a promising talent. If he could cultivate peacefully, he would definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. So, he decided to save him and took him into the sky again. "You saved me today, so I'll definitely repay you 100-fold in the future. Trust me, although I'm young, I'll definitely keep my word." The little boy promised Xiaoling Yu as soon as he stabilized his speed. You should also know that there's no place in the Devil Realm that's completely safe. The place I'm taking you to is definitely not a good place. It's a bandit's lair, and there are more than 30 strong bandits living there, Xiaoling Yu said calmly. "Bandit's lair?" The little boy frowned slightly. "Those bandits aren't very smart. I believe that if you go there and interact with them, you won't be at a disadvantage. Moreover, you can even give them advice and give them pointers to strengthen themselves." Xiaoling Yu immediately told the little boy about the bandits' lair as they flew. He also repeated what he said to those bandits. "Your idea is not bad, but if you don't personally command those bandits, with their impulsive personalities, it'll be difficult for them to carry out your idea. In the end, you'll just be wasting your breath," the little boy said after he heard what Xiaoling Yu said, pursing his lips. "That's why I've decided to leave you there. Perhaps it won't be long before you become the leader of a powerful bandit alliance." Xiaoling Yu replied with a nod. "When that time comes, I'll be able to lead a large group of bandits to take revenge," the little boy said with narrowed eyes. "Yes, this is also a challenge and an opportunity for you. It'll depend on how you handle it. I don't have much time to command them," Xiaoling Yu said without changing his expression. Chapter 227. This little boy was called Zhu Jin, and he was less than 200 years old. His current cultivation was not low, just at the early stage of the Earth Demon realm. In terms of cultivation time, Zhu Jin's cultivation speed was very fast, and he could be called a genius. In addition, this child was very smart, so he might become a great figure in the future. After Xiaoling Yu sent Zhu Jin to the bandit's lair, he only gave a few words of advice before flying at full speed to the East Pole Demon Sex encampment. There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month deadline. Xiaoling Yu originally had plenty of time, but he didn't dare to stay outside for too long. The main reason was that he wasn't sure if there would really be experts for Mungi city chasing after Zhu Jin, and if he had already been exposed. To be safe, Xiaoling Yu felt that it was better for him to hurry back to the East Pole Demon Sect and not come out again in the next few years. In just 2.5 days, Xiaoling Yu rushed back to the East Pole Demon Sect and smoothly returned to the Imperial Beast Hall. "You're back so soon. How'd things go?" When Xiaoling Yu came back to report, the hunchback steward asked with a smile. "It went very well. I didn't have anything important to do. I just went out for a walk to familiarize myself with the environment and situation of the lower demon realm," Xiaoling Yu said perfunctorily. "That's good. The sect has sent another batch of young beasts over the past 2 days. The number is not small. In the future, you'll be in charge of this batch of young beasts. I have already let Miao Yin and Jia Gang take over the batch of young beasts that you were originally responsible for feeding." The hunchbacked old man first said this, and then said, "The day before yesterday, Senior Brotherly of the Hall of Fame sent someone to ask you to help out in the Hall of Fame. What do you think?" Xiaoling Yu said without thinking. This junior is more willing to stay in the Imperial Beast Hall. Although he said this, Xiaoling Yu couldn't help but criticize the hunchbacked old man in his heart. "You first arranged a job for me, and then asked if I was willing to change jobs. Isn't this clearly showing that you don't want me to go over? It's good that you're willing to stay. I'll talk to Senior Brother Lee." However, looking at Senior Brother Lee's attitude, it seems that he wants to take care of you. This is also an opportunity for you. If you have Senior Brother Lee's recommendation, most of the experts of the Eastern Demon Sect will give him face. You can easily worship a Demon King stage expert or even a true Demon stage expert as your master. Do you want to reconsider? The hunchbacked old man first nodded with satisfaction and then said in a tempting tone, "There's no need to think about it. I believe that Sir will take care of me." Xiao Yu replied calmly. You can rest assured that as long as you are sincerely willing to stay and work for me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. The hunchbacked old man laughed, then waved his hand and said, "Go back first. If you need anything, feel free to find me." After Xiao Yu said her goodbyes, she returned to her room and took out the jade slips she had purchased in Mingming City. What did Old Man Li of the Hall of Fame want me to do? After Xiao Yu looked through all the jade slips, she was puzzled. When she went to the Hall of Fame, Xiao Yu was already a little confused about Old Man Li's background. She felt that the other party was not as simple as he looked on the surface. It was very likely that he was a person who hid very deeply, and such a person was the one Xiao Yu was most unwilling to come into contact with and face. Therefore, when the hunchback manager of the Imperial Beast Hall asked, Xiao Yu straightforwardly said that she was more willing to stay. Although this place was not peaceful, at least she could see through the background of everyone here. After staying in his room for half a day, Xiao Yu went to feed the newly sent cubs. However, he, who was full of hope, helplessly found that there was nothing special in this batch of cubs. They were all ordinary goods. However, these cubs had just been born not long ago. Their abilities were low and their bodies were weak, but they were all very cute. They were inexperienced and had not learned how to kill and face the cruel demon realm. Xiao Yu raised them like kittens and puppies on Earth. Feeding these cubs also allowed Xiao Yu to gain a lot of knowledge. At least, it gave him a better understanding of the habits of demon beasts. If he had to face powerful demon beasts in the future, he would be able to target them with targeted attacks. Many experts, or cultivators with backgrounds in the demon realm, would mostly bring demon beasts with them. The days passed peacefully. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Apart from gaining a better understanding of demon beasts, Xiao Yu still did not make any progress. However, the cultivation of the strange cubs had reached the late Earth demon realm. Xiao Yu was now just wasting time here. The reason why he could stay here with peace of mind was because Zhu Jin often sent him good news. Under Zhu Jin's leadership, the group of bandits had made a few big deals and amassed a lot of demon stones. They had also successfully formed an alliance with several bandit groups of similar strength. With those bandits helping him accumulate wealth, and a shrewd person like Zhu Jin helping him take care of things, Xiao Yu had nothing to worry about. One day, Xiao Yu was feeding the cubs that he was in charge of when he suddenly heard a loud roar that shook the entire valley. The ground also shook as if the sky was about to fall and the earth was about to split open. What's going on? Xiao Yu was surprised, but his gaze was fixed on the rows of tall houses in the valley. The source of the roar and the tremors were in those houses, and those houses were used to imprison adult demon beasts. Could it be that those adult demon beasts will also collectively riot? Xiao Yu was puzzled. Although Xiao Yu had been in the Imperial Beast Hall for a long time and seemed to have gained the trust of the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall, he had never been to the place where the adult demon beasts were imprisoned. He had almost never come into contact with the adult demon beasts of the East Demon sect. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Yu was just a cultivator who had recently ascended. "The three of you come with me." The hunchbacked old steward flew out of the house and shouted anxiously at Xiao Yu and the other two who were feeding the cubs in the valley. Then, he flew towards the house. Miao Yin and Jia Gang were stunned, while Xiao Yu directly chased after the hunchbacked old steward. "The adult demon beasts are going crazy. Our chance is here," Miao Yin said to Jia Gang, his eyes shining. "Let's go and see the situation first. I think that kid is not simple." "We can't act rashly," Jia Gang said. "Yes, it's fine if we don't act. But if we do, we can't give him any chance to turn the tables," Miao Yin said and flew toward the row of houses. It turned out that these two people were still harboring evil intentions. There was only one door in this row of houses, and only the old steward could open that door. When the old steward arrived at the door, he felt the violent tremors all around him, as well as the continuous roars coming from the house. His brows knitted tightly together. The situation inside may be a little chaotic, but those demon beasts are all locked in cages. At most, they can only release some of their power and aura, but they can't form a strong attack. However, your cultivation is too weak, so you must be careful when you go in later, the old steward reminded Shaoling Yu. What should I do after I go in? Shaoling Yu asked. Your task is very simple, and that is to protect yourself. I asked you to come here not to help, but to let you familiarize yourself with the place. As the old steward answered Shaoling Yu, he performed a series of hand seals, and the door slowly opened under his control. After the door opened, Shaoling Yu felt a strong aura rushing towards him. If he was really an ordinary person who had just ascended, he would probably be scared out of his wits under the impact of the aura. The impact of the aura did not affect Shaoling Yu at all, but he still pretended to be very nervous and followed behind the old steward. Jia Gang and Miao Yin had also caught up. The two of them seemed to be used to such situations, and their expressions were still calm. After passing through the door, Shaoling Yu could see many cages of the same size. Demon beasts of different sizes were imprisoned in them. At this time, many of the demon beasts were roaring with their heads raised. Some were even raising their hooves to stomp on the ground, and some were shaking the iron cages with their arms. Only a small number of demon beasts were still quietly looking at other demon beasts. Shaoling Yu also knew that these magical beasts were originally hot-tempered and didn't like to be confined in a place for too long. Although their nature had been smoothed out, they would occasionally erupt with anger to express their dissatisfaction and unwillingness to accept the situation. The cultivation of an adult demonic beast was mostly at the late earth demon realm or above. As for the old steward, he walked deeper into the room while inspecting the restrictions on the cages to see if they were damaged. Although he was stronger, his expression was not as relaxed as the weaker Miao Yin and Jia Gang. Although these iron cages were sturdy, when used all year round and attacked by these demon beasts, it would be difficult to maintain them for long. After all, they were only cages, and there were too many of them. The East Pole demon sect could not take out good materials to build them, so they could only reinforce the restrictions on the cages frequently. Miao Yin and Jia Gang were also following behind the old steward, but they did not check the strength of the restrictions on the cages. With their cultivation, they could not see it. The deeper they went, the more gloomy the hunchbacked old man's expression became. Even Miao Yin and Jia Gang became cautious. Shaoling Yu had also discovered that the deeper they went, the higher the cultivation of the demon beasts in the cages. Not long after, the hunchbacked old man stopped in front of a cage. This cage's restriction was about to collapse, and the demon beast in the cage that looked like an earth dragon was still attacking the iron cage with all its might. The demon beast in the cage was at the peak of the late Devil King realm, which was a little higher than the old steward. It had a pair of bull horns on its head, and at this time, it was constantly using its horns to hit the iron cage and constantly roaring to charge. "Beast, stop right now," the old steward shouted. He took out a whip-like magic weapon and lashed it fiercely at the demon beast. Chapter 228. The hunchbacked old steward lashed out with the leather whip once more. However, the dragon-like demonic beast did not retreat and continued to ram into the iron cage. Boom! The iron cage and the entire prison cell shook at the same time. A bloody mark appeared on the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast's body seemed sturdy, but under the attack of the leather whip, it could not completely defend itself. The bloody mark was enough to prove that its body was at least injured. However, although the leather whip was able to injure the demonic beast, it was unable to completely deprive it of its ability to fight. The demonic beast's eyes were already blood red, and its entire body was emitting a black, demonic aura. After another roar, it charged over again. "Beast, are you courting death?" Only then did the old steward channel his power into the leather whip, greatly increasing the power of the leather whip. Boom! The demonic beast's horn hit the cage again, and the old steward's leather whip tore open the demonic beast's skin and flesh. The demonic beast's blood flowed down, but it was still not afraid. The aura on its body became stronger, and the battle intent on its body became denser. In order to regain its freedom, the demonic beast was truly going to fight to the death. Seeing that the restrictive aura of the cage was getting weaker and the demonic beast showed no signs of stopping, the old steward frowned even more. He continued to lash the demonic beast with a leather whip while taking out a transmission bead. However, before the experts of the devil sect could arrive to provide support, the demonic beast, who had already gone berserk and was ready to fight to the death, had already knocked open the cage. Although it had escaped from the cage, it was still in a prison cell. It was still far from regaining its freedom. Even if it managed to escape from the prison cell, how could it escape from the East Pole Devil Sect's encampment? Xiaoling Yu knew that the demonic beast's resistance would only result in it being riddled with scars in the end. After that, it would still be obediently locked in the cage. However, the demonic beast did not know that the outcome of its resistance was already determined. With its body riddled with scars and covered in blood, it charged directly at the old steward. As for the other demonic beasts locked in the cage, they seemed to be encouraged and began to attack the cage with all their might. All of you quickly retreat. The old steward waved the whip in his hand and quickly dodged as he shouted at Xiaoling Yu and the other two. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate either. If he continued to stay here, he might expose his strength. This old steward had been in charge of the Imperial Beast Hall for many years, and his realm was only slightly lower than the demonic beasts. He would definitely be fine. Moreover, the experts of the Devil Sect would probably arrive soon. Thus, he turned around and prepared to run towards the prison door. We want to fight alongside my lord. Unexpectedly, Jia Gang shouted and began to attack the magic beast. Miao Yin didn't leave either. He was also prepared to make a move, looking like he wouldn't leave in the face of danger. Xiaoling Yu originally did not intend to watch the two of them put on a show, but he saw that the old steward was indeed having a hard time defending himself. Although he was not worried that the old steward would be injured by the demonic beasts, he was afraid that Jia Gang and Miao Yin would plot against the old steward. In such a chaotic situation, if Miao Yin and Jia Gang were to plot against the old steward, there was a high chance that they would succeed. Moreover, the experts of the Devil Sect would find it difficult to verify the matter. Moreover, if he really left, the experts of the Devil Sect would probably suspect that there was something wrong with him when they asked about it later. With these concerns, Xiaoling Yu didn't leave. As he continued to move, he attacked with more ordinary Devil Dao seals. Furthermore, he maintained the level of his attack power at the beginner Earth Demon level. Before the experts of the Devil Sect arrived, another heavenly demon-level demonic beast broke out of the cage and charged towards the old steward. It was in no hurry to kill its way out of the prison. These demonic beasts had often been whipped by the old steward. Now that they were out, their first thought was to seek revenge on him. The three of you go and hold it back. Seeing that the other demonic beast that broke out of the cage was only at the beginner heavenly demon level, the old steward shouted to Xiaoling Yu and the other two. Xiaoling Yu didn't hesitate and moved towards the other demonic beast. However, at this moment, Miao Yin was swept by the tail of the earth dragon like demonic beast. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying far away. He struggled on the ground for a while, but couldn't stand up again. He was probably seriously injured. Jia Gang came over and seemed to be using all his strength to stop this beginner heavenly demon-level demonic beast. However, Jia Gang attacked first and provoked the demonic beast every time. Then, when the demonic beast was about to attack, he would quickly dodge and leave Xiaoling Yu alone. Once or twice was nothing, but Jia Gang did it again and again. Xiaoling Yu could naturally guess that this guy was plotting against him and wanted him to be killed by the demonic beast. After all, he only displayed the strength of a beginner earth demon. He couldn't take a single attack from a beginner, heavenly demon-level demonic beast. However, Xiaoling Yu was always able to dodge by the skin of his teeth, looking very miserable. However, if he kept dodging, it would arouse suspicion. Xiaoling Yu originally wanted to injure himself once, but in the end, he gave up the idea. Instead of using injuries to convince everyone, he might as well use his own scheme against Jia Gang. The old steward was using all his strength to resist the earth dragon-like demonic beast, and Miao Yin was lying in the distance like a dead man, refusing to get up. Even if Xiaoling Yu used a little trick to kill Jia Gang, no one would be too suspicious. After all, this demonic beast was at the beginner heavenly demon level and was much stronger than Jia Gang. When Jia Gang provoked the demonic beast again and quickly retreated, Xiaoling Yu suddenly raised the power of his seal attack to the level of a beginner earth demon. Although it couldn't hurt the demonic beast, it made it suffer and chased after Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu quickly flashed to Jia Gang's side and shouted, "Save me!" His face was filled with fear as he called for help. However, at the same time, Xiaoling Yu used his mind to shake Jia Gang's soul, causing Jia Gang to be stunned for a moment. Xiaoling Yu and Jia Gang brushed past each other as if to hide behind. When the demonic beast that was tailing them saw Jia Gang in a daze, it stretched out its front claws and grabbed Jia Gang. Just as Jia Gang let out a blood-curdling scream, his body was torn in half by the raging magical beast. Just as his demon-nascent soul was about to escape, it was also swallowed by the magical beast. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, from a moment Jia Gang dodged to the moment his demon infant was swallowed, only a breath's time had passed. With Jia Gang dead on the spot, Xiaoling Yu was naturally unable to fend off the magical beast in the early stage of the heavenly demon realm on the surface. He fled as if his life depended on it, and the direction he fled in was where Miao Yin was lying. Miao Yin never thought that Jia Gang would die like that. With his level, he naturally couldn't see anything wrong with it. He only thought that Jia Gang had accidentally been killed. He was indeed injured at this time, but he had deliberately injured himself. It was definitely not to the extent that he had lost his ability to fight. When he saw the demonic beast charging at him, he naturally didn't dare to continue lying down. He immediately leaped up and dodged to the side. Jia Gang's death forced the old steward to take a look. He didn't see how Jia Gang died, but he saw Miao Yin, who was lying motionless on the ground, moving as if nothing had happened. He knew that Miao Yin was faking it just now. Jia Gang is dead, but Xiaoling Yu is actually fine. But Jia Gang is also a person who deserves to die. It's best if Miao Yin dies too. The old steward sneered as he thought to himself. Although Xiaoling Yu also wanted to deal with Miao Yin cleanly, the experts of the Devil Sect had already rushed over at this time, causing Xiaoling Yu's wishful thinking to fall through. An expert of the Devil Sect, who was at the intermediate Devil King realm, used only a few breaths' time to drive the two demonic beasts that had escaped back into the cage. He also used his strength to suppress the other demonic beasts, causing the entire cell to quieten down. This expert of the intermediate Devil King realm didn't leave, but he didn't ask about what had happened just now. Instead, he silently cast a spell in the cell, reinforcing all the loose restrictions in the cell. After that, he bid farewell to the old steward and left the Imperial Beast Hall. Adult demonic beasts rioting was a common thing, so the experts of the Devil Sect who were invited to help usually left after finishing their work. As for Jia Gang's death, under the old steward's intentional control, he could only blame it on that demonic beast. However, in his heart, the old steward still had a little doubt about this. Miao Yin didn't die, and he was injured because of work. Naturally, he had made a contribution. The old steward said that he had already applied for a reward from the sect. Miao Yin, who was recuperating, wasn't happy at all. Jia Gang's death caused him to lose his companion in the Imperial Beast Hall, and the reward that the sect wanted to give him wouldn't be very generous. In the depths of his heart, Miao Yin wouldn't link Jia Gang's death to Xiaoling Yu. If he thought that Xiaoling Yu was the one who caused Jia Gang's death, he definitely wouldn't dare to have any ideas about Xiaoling Yu in the future. However, the contradiction was that he would blame Jia Gang's death on Xiaoling Yu, and his hatred for Xiaoling Yu increased a little. Xiaoling Yu didn't put Miao Yin and Jia Gang in his eyes at all. Even Fang Yu and the old steward's cultivation base was too low, and they weren't on the same level as Xiaoling Yu. In the face of absolute strength, as long as Xiaoling Yu wasn't stupid and was vigilant, Jia Gang and Miao Yin wouldn't be able to scheme against him at all. And if Xiaoling Yu wanted to scheme against Jia Gang and Miao Yin, he would definitely succeed. Jia Gang was dead. Miao Yin was recuperating, and Xiaoling Yu was the only one left to take care of the cub. The old steward could only ask the sect to send someone over, and the upper echelons of the East Pole Demon sect quickly sent over 2 outer disciples. These 2 outer disciples' cultivation bases weren't even at the early stage of the Earth Demon realm, and they should have just ascended. Of the 2, one had a more dull temperament and was called Wang Tai. He always had a straight face and refused to speak, as if someone owed him a large amount of devil stones. The other was more extroverted and was called Haorun. He was always talking and laughing, but his eyes were clear and his words were witty. He shouldn't be the kind of person who only knew how to talk, nor should he be a cunning person. Chapter 229. Miao Yin had been recuperating for more than half a year, but he had no intention of coming out. It was unknown whether he had not fully recovered from his injuries or he was too lazy to come out to work. The old steward did not say anything about this, and Xiaoling Yu and the other 2 did not intend to force Miao Yin to come out to work. After Wang Tai and Haoren also began to work, Xiaoling Yu was much more relaxed, and his free days gradually increased. In fact, Xiaoling Yu had nothing to do. His cultivation and realm had reached the stage of chaotic voiding, but he was not prepared for the breakthrough at all. Since he had nothing to do, Xiaoling Yu helped the strange cub improve its strength, hoping that it could help him in the future, just like the serpent and the icy soul silkworm helped him in the cultivation world. 1.5 years after the adult demonic beast riot, Xiaoling Yu received a message from Zhu Jin, asking him to hurry to the bandits' lair. This group of bandits was Xiaoling Yu's helpers in collecting magic stones, so Xiaoling Yu naturally could not ignore their matters. So he asked the old steward for a month's leave. The old steward had always been good to Xiaoling Yu, and with Wang Tai and Haorun, feeding the cub could not be delayed, so he naturally agreed to Xiaoling Yu's request. After leaving the East Pole Demon sect, Xiaoling Yu spent more than a day to rush to the bandits' lair. The bandits' lair had not changed much, and it was still as simple as before, but it seemed much more crowded. It should be because many new people had been recruited recently, but all the bandits were still at least in the early stage of Heavenly Demon. What's the matter? Xiaoling Yu asked after following Zhu Jin and the 3 Demon King bandit leaders into a secret room. It's a little troublesome. Zhu Jin responded first, and then said, "We organized a big event 3 months ago, but it failed. It's okay to fail once in a while." Xiaoling Yu replied nonchalantly. "It's not that our plan wasn't thorough, but there was an unexpected situation this time. We joined forces with another group of bandits and were about to take down the target, but a true demon stage expert suddenly passed by. At that time, because our people didn't know what realm the other party was, and in order to act secretly, we attacked him. As a result, he attacked us. Luckily, we had a lot of people and the opponent was only an early stage true demon, so he left after killing a dozen of our people." Zhu Jin continued with a gloomy face. "Although we chased away the true devil early stage powerhouse, our side also suffered heavy losses, causing the entire operation to fail. Although the operation failed, the people who cooperated with us were invited by us. They still asked me for a reward. If that operation had been successful, we would have earned a lot. That's why we offered the other bandit group a very high reward. If the operation had failed, we wouldn't have been able to afford it. We said that we would continue to cooperate and pay them back if we succeeded next time, but they didn't agree. They gave us 3 months to settle with them. Otherwise what? Xiao Yu frowned and asked. He also felt that this matter was quite troublesome. The other party's strength is about the same as ours, and we suffered heavy losses when resisting the true demon stage expert. If the other group of bandits really attacked us, even if we could hold on, we would suffer heavy losses. If we stayed far away, then the circle of relationships we established in the vicinity would be completely wasted. Also, the other party has been sending people to keep an eye on us. With so many of us, it's impossible for us to leave quietly. Also, they said that it's fine if we don't want to pay, but we have to all join their group, Zhu Jin said gloomily. You need to summarize the experience of this operation's failure. If you encounter a powerful expert in your next operation, how to deal with this must be calculated before the operation. Xiao Yu first instructed, then asked, since the other group of bandits is about the same strength as us, there shouldn't be any true demon stage experts, right? Of course, there are no true demon realm experts. The highest cultivation among them is only at the middle stage of the Devil King realm. However, there are 3 early stage Devil Kings among them. Moreover, there are more than 40 heavenly demon realm experts and quite a few earth demon realm experts. Zhu Jin shook his head and replied, Then come with me. I'm going to meet their leader. Xiao Yu said as he stood up and walked outside. Do you want to greet them first? Zhu Jin followed and asked. There's no harm in greeting them, Xiao Yu said casually. Zhu Jin thought about it and took out the communication bead. He felt that it was more appropriate to greet them. The other group of bandits' lair was also in this mountain range. It only took 4 hours for Xiao Yu and the others to rush over. Since they had already greeted them, the other party was naturally prepared. At the entrance of the other party's lair, there were 2 rows of bandits standing neatly. Although their cultivation was uneven, there were more than 100 of them. These 100 people each held a black silk banner in their hands. It looked like a big scene. Xiao Yu glanced at them and landed without a change in expression. The intermediate demon king stage leader of the other party welcomed them and said with a smile, Welcome, everyone. Please follow me inside for a chat. The other party's lair was the same. They first had to go through a winding tunnel to reach it. In the depths of the lair was a relatively large underground cave. The cave itself was used as a living room. It was also the place where the bandits usually held meetings. The stone walls around the cave were opened up into secret rooms. It was naturally not appropriate to talk about such an important matter in front of so many people. Therefore, after the other party's leader entered the cave, he invited Xiao Yu and the others into a secret room. This secret room was rather large. There were 2 rows of stone chairs. However, the chairs were covered with soft, demonic beast fur. May I know who this is? The other party's leader asked Xiao Yu. Although Zhu Jin had greeted them, he only said that he would be coming. He did not say how many people there would be or who would be coming. This is our leader, Zhu Jin introduced. So if it's a leader, sorry for the disrespect. The other party's leader was stunned. Then, he stood up and cupped his fist politely. At this moment, Xiao Yu only revealed the aura of a late demon king. The other party's leader naturally had to be more polite. However, he was not very afraid. After all, this was their lair. They had the advantage in numbers. Leader, you're too polite. Xiao Yu cupped her fists in return. Then, she said straightforwardly, Let's not beat around the bush. This time, I'm here to discuss with the leader. Haha, there's no need to discuss. The matter of the remuneration can be delayed. We're neighbors. There will be plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. There's no rush, no rush. Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, the leader seemed to be very tactful. The demon realm was so realistic. If you were weak, others would bully you. However, if you were strong, everything would be easy to talk about. Aha, leader, you misunderstood. I'm not here to discuss the remuneration. Xiao Yu shook her head and smiled. Then what is it? As long as the leader speaks, everything will be easy to discuss, the other party's leader said straightforwardly. I think that it's actually not bad for our 2 families to work together. Don't you have the intention to take us in? Xiao Yu said with a smile. The leader was a little confused. His brain seemed to be unable to wrap itself around it. However, after a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "Haha, that was just a joke. Leader, don't take it seriously. Jokes can also become reality. If we work together, the scale will be bigger, and we can do more things. The more people there are, the better. The things we can snatch will definitely be better," Shaolin Yu said with seemingly sincerity. "Leader, are you really not joking?" the other party's leader asked after pondering for a moment. "It's not a joke." Shaolin Yu nodded. "Leader, are you thinking of annexing us? With your cultivation, once we work together, you'll definitely be the leader," an early-stage Demon King leader said. "If we work together, I'll naturally be the leader. In the demon realm, it's a rule that the strong are respected," Shaolin Yu said bluntly. "Then it's annexation, not cooperation." The other party's mid-stage Demon King leader narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face disappeared. "If you're a little more obedient, it'll be cooperation. If you have any other ideas, then it'll be annexation." Although Shaolin Yu's tone was very gentle, the meaning behind his words was very strong. The meaning of these words was very obvious. The other party's four leaders all understood. If they didn't agree, the other party's leader would use force to resolve it. Originally, they had a lot of advantages in terms of strength. However, with the appearance of the other party's leader, who was a late-stage Demon King, the strength of the two sides immediately flipped. "Leader, this leader is too arrogant. Even if his cultivation is a little higher, we have more people than them. How can we submit to them?" An early-stage Demon King leader said unhappily. "You don't agree?" Shaolin Yu narrowed his eyes and asked the leader, his expression full of disdain. "I just don't agree. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly in our territory?" The early-stage Demon King leader was provoked by Shaolin Yu's expression and tone. After scolding him very angrily, he actually took out a heavy but very sharp axe and directly chopped at Shaolin Yu's head. "You're courting death." Shaolin Yu shouted softly, but his body didn't move at all. He only reached out his hand and grabbed the other party's axe. "You dare to use your body to take my mid-grade demon axe head on. I really don't know who's the one courting death." The early-stage Demon King leader was a little happy. However, in the next moment, when his demon axe came into contact with the other party's palm, his joy was frozen. The other party's palm didn't use the slightest bit of skill to defend. He actually grabbed his demon axe just like that, and a large part of the axe's blade was curled up. "You dare to make a move with just this bit of ability? I really don't know how you can survive in the demon realm for so long." Chapter 230. With his powerful magic treasure destroyed, the early-stage Devil King cultivator tasted something sweet in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out and smashed into the wall of the secret room. The other leaders were about to attack, but when they saw this scene, their butts, which had just risen half a foot, fell back into their seats. Their faces were filled with shock. They were not only shocked that Shaolin Yu blocked the attack of the magic axe with his bare hands, but also that Shaolin Yu could easily injure an early-stage Devil King cultivator with a wave of his hand. Not to mention the other leaders, even Zhu Jin and the other cultivators on their side were somewhat shocked. After being shocked, they were filled with joy, secretly thinking that they had followed the right person. "Are you convinced now?" Shaolin Yu gently placed his arm in front of him and asked with narrowed eyes. The injured early-stage Devil King bandit did not dare to look directly at Shaolin Yu. After a light snort, he turned his head away and did not answer. "We are convinced. Master's strength far surpasses ours. Naturally, we have to treat Master as our boss. We are willing to be at Master's beck and call." The mid-stage Devil King bandit did not hesitate for too long and said very sincerely. Shaolin Yu knew that although they said so, they might not be convinced in their hearts. Even if they were convinced, they would not be willing to be slaves. However, he did not need them to feel comfortable. In a place like the Devil Realm, the weak had no right to speak. As long as you were strong enough, you did not need to worry about your subordinates playing tricks. "Make an oath." Shaolin Yu did not intend to dawdle and said straightforwardly, "We still need to make an oath?" An early-stage Devil King leader asked in surprise. "What? You don't want to?" Xiao Yu asked with a cold expression. His eyes were already shooting out a sharp light. Under Xiao Yu's gaze, the other leaders felt a chill in their hearts and began to make an oath. Anyone could see that whoever did not make an oath would definitely die in this secret room. This master seemed to only have the aura of a late-stage Devil King, but he gave these leaders a feeling that he was more terrifying than an early-stage true devil expert. They did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. After the other leaders finished making their oaths, Xiao Yu's expression softened. He said with a smile, "Now that we are a family, we have to get along well with each other. We can't have internal conflicts. Everything has to be discussed." Xiao Yu pointed at Zhu Jin and said, "I am not usually in the mountain. Zhu Jin's arrangements, I will come back when I have time. Of course, Zhu Jin will send a message if there. Of course, if there's a big matter that cannot be resolved. Zhu Jin." "Boss, after we join forces, shouldn't we come up with a more prominent name?" The bandit leader of the mid-stage Devil King bandits asked. "It doesn't matter if it's a title or not, but if you think it's necessary, then there's no harm in giving it a title." Xiao Yu thought for a while, then said, "I don't have any good suggestions. You can name it yourselves. This matter should be decided by the head of the clan." A Devil King sincerely said. "Let's call it Heavenly Bandits," Zhu Jin suggested. "Heaven smiting? Robbing the heavens?" A Devil King said in confusion. "Robbing the heavens is good. This name is very impressive." A Devil King praised. "That's right." The other leaders all agreed. If no one has any objections, let's call it Heavenly Bandits," Xiao Yu said with a smile. In the devil world, the name of a bandit group that would be called a mythical existence in the future was decided in this small secret room by a few Devil King cultivators. A tree that needs to be hugged begins at the end of a hair, and 1,000 feet high platform rises from the ground. No one would have thought that this bandit group, which only had 200 people now, would have such amazing achievements in the future. The bandit leaders had already sworn a soul oath, so they naturally didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After completing the merger of the two bandit groups, Xiao Yu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he made use of everything that he had prepared beforehand to have his subordinates carry out the previous mission. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, watched from the side and then corrected some of the problems in the operation. Last time, Zhu Jin and the other bandits wanted to rob a sect called the Devil Scorpion Sect. They were about to succeed, but at the last moment, because of the appearance of an early, true demon expert, everything fell short. The Devil Scorpion Sect's strength was far inferior to the East Demon Sect. The East Demon Sect could barely be considered a third-rate sect on the Blood Moon continent, so the Devil Scorpion Sect was simply not a first-rate sect. The strongest cultivator in the sect was only an intermediate Devil King cultivator. The entire sect only had 300 cultivators, and most of them weren't very strong. However, for a second-rate sect like the Devil Scorpion Sect, if they wanted to establish themselves in the devil world, they naturally couldn't rely on their own strength. They would often join forces and help each other. Last time, Zhu Jin and the other bandits repelled the early true demon expert, but the reinforcements of the Devil Scorpion Sect had already rushed over. This was the root of the failure of Zhu Jin and the other bandits. If they wanted to succeed in robbing the Devil Scorpion Sect, the most important thing was to surround the sect before the reinforcements of the Devil Scorpion Sect arrived. Then, they would quickly make the Devil Scorpion Sect lose the ability to resist. The reason why they chose to rob the Devil Scorpion Sect was that the sect was relatively wealthy. Secondly, Zhu Jin felt that he could eat this big fish. Thirdly, the Devil Scorpion Sect's cultivators had a very bad reputation in the nearby cultivation world. It was to the extent that almost everyone loathed them. The cultivators of the demonic Scorpion Sect would raise and carry a demonic scorpion with them. Although they appeared to be a proper sect, they would lurk on the roadside like bandits and rob others. Additionally, after each robbery, they would have their demonic scorpion devour the robbed cultivators. Most of the bandits would let the victims live as long as they were willing to hand over their treasures. After all, cultivation wasn't easy, so the bandits generally wouldn't kill indiscriminately. When the Rob cultivators encountered the devil scorpion sect, not only would they lose their treasures and lives, but they would also sometimes have their devil infant and nascent spear imprisoned. The devil scorpion sect would wantonly toy with and torture them. They might also be used for cruel experiments. This was the key reason why the devil scorpion sect cultivators had such a bad reputation. Moreover, the demon scorpion sect would often ally themselves with other sects to deal with weaker bandit groups. In the past 100,000 years alone, no less than 50 bandit groups with uneven strength have been wiped out by them. Many of the nearby bandit groups hated the devil scorpion sect to the bone. This was actually the reason why everyone thought of the devil scorpion sect when Zhu Jin asked them who they were robbing. This devil scorpion sect really needs to be taught a lesson. Shaolin Yu nodded after hearing the explanation. It hadn't been that long since the last robbery, so the difficulty of this operation would definitely be much greater than last time. However, the difference was that the two bandit groups last time appeared to be united on the surface, but were actually divided at heart. This time, they were like one family, dealing with each other with their full strength. Moreover, there was an additional expert like Shaolin Yu overseeing the operation, so the success rate wouldn't be any lower. After waiting for another half a month, when Shaolin Yu's time limit was almost up, the Heavenly Bandits' informants reported that the reinforcements invited by the Devil Scorpion sect had already left for 3 days. This was the best opportunity for the operation. Shaolin Yu promptly made a decision and gave Zhu Jin the order to begin the robbery. Immediately, all the members of the Heavenly Bandits came out in full force and scattered, slowly encircling the Devil Scorpion sect's encampment from all directions. The Devil Scorpion sect's encampment was located in a valley at the foot of a mountain known as the Giant Peak. The valley had long been renamed the Devil Scorpion Valley because of the Devil Scorpion sect. The valley was backed by a mountain, and there was a small river about 300 meters wide on its side. In front of and around it was a small mountain forest that couldn't be considered very large. For a sect, such an environment could be considered easy to defend and difficult to attack. This was because it was very difficult to silently encircle the place. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't scale the mountain behind the Devil Scorpion Valley. If they could, there would be no need for a sneak attack. They could directly attack from the front and easily destroy the Devil Scorpion sect. However, the cultivators of the Devil Scorpion sect hadn't considered this point. Others couldn't scale the Giant Peak, but neither could they. The Giant Peak protected their rear, which was equivalent to cutting off their own escape route. Zhu Jin's plan didn't include the encirclement of the Devil Scorpion Valley's rear. When the members of the Heavenly Bandits arrived at a distance of 500 kilometers from the Devil Scorpion Valley, they began to gather at the front, left, and right of the valley before slowly advancing. As for the security arrangements that the Demon Scorpion Valley had arranged in the surroundings, Zhu Jin had already sent people to investigate them thoroughly. Previously, they had already eliminated them once. This time, although the other party would not continue with the same arrangements, the disciples they sent might not necessarily be experts in the field of security. Before the Heavenly Bandits formed an encirclement, the news had already reached the Devil Scorpion Valley. After all, after the previous incident, they had increased their security. It was very difficult for the Heavenly Bandits to surround the enemy's front door before the enemy knew that they were surrounded. However, Zhu Jin didn't care if the enemy knew because the cultivators of the Devil Scorpion sect had always been arrogant and conceited. At a time like this, they would choose to resist with all their might while asking for reinforcements. After all, the failure of the Heavenly Bandits last time should have greatly encouraged the cultivators of the Devil Scorpion sect, causing their self-confidence to soar again. It wasn't clear whether the Devil Scorpion sect's self-confidence was truly inflated or if they had other means to rely on. In any case, even after receiving the news, the cultivators of the Devil Scorpion sect acted as Zhu Jin had imagined. They didn't flee in panic, but instead, they prepared for battle. Another 4 hours passed. Everyone from the Heavenly Bandits had arrived outside the Devil Scorpion Valley. Apart from a giant peak that couldn't be scaled, they had sealed off the front, left, and right of the Devil Scorpion Valley. 2 mid-stage Devil King and 5 early-stage Devil King bandit leaders, in addition to nearly 100 heavenly Devil King bandits, had far surpassed the strength of the Devil Scorpion sect. After ascertaining the strength of the heavenly bandits, the Devil Scorpion sect wisely arranged a demonic formation that enveloped the entire Devil Scorpion Valley. Chapter 231. According to Zhu Jin's plan, with such an obvious advantage in strength, they wouldn't even need a day to complete the mission. Hence, just like the previous time, Zhu Jin didn't even consider the other party's reinforcements. If he had a scheme against the other party's reinforcements, then there was no need to fight. This was because if the other party had reinforcements, the heavenly bandits wouldn't be able to succeed unless Xiao Lingyu joined in as well. What demonic formation did they set up? Xiao Lingyu asked Zhu Jin without a change in expression as he looked at the demonic Scorpion Valley that was shrouded in black demonic creatures and occasionally emitted sharp demonic beast roars. Zhu Jin wasn't very strong. Like Xiao Lingyu, he didn't come with the expected combat strength. This is the demonic Scorpion formation that they asked a formation expert to help create. Previously, we attacked it once, and it was quite powerful. However, if we don't care about our losses, we can break it in 2 hours. If we want to break it with the smallest sacrifice, we'll need more than half a day, Zhu Jin explained calmly as he stared in the direction of the demonic Scorpion Valley. We don't have many people now, so we can't afford to expend too much energy. It's better to break the formation with the smallest sacrifice. Otherwise, even if we take down the other party, we won't earn much, Xiao Lingyu said rationally after some thought. To be honest, although Xiao Lingyu wasn't a vicious person, he didn't really care about the lives of these bandits. He understood the principle that a general success was built on thousands of corpses. If he wanted to accumulate magic stones for himself, someone had to pay the price. And if these people wanted to follow Xiao Lingyu and achieve great success, they had to be prepared to sacrifice their lives at any time. Furthermore, which bandit didn't know that the road ahead was dangerous? However, it was still good to have fewer sacrifices. After all, they had just started out, and their business was too small to withstand great storms. This demonic Scorpion formation's power is equivalent to that of 2 late-stage Demon King experts. If we can get a late-stage Demon King expert to help us, we can easily break this demonic formation, Zhu Jin said meaningfully. Haha. There are many things that can't be done too simply. Our team needs more training. If everything is done too simply, it will be difficult for us to fight difficult battles in the future. Xiao Lingyu shook her head and laughed. When Xiao Lingyu arrived at the Devil World, he didn't want to be too high-profile. After all, in his opinion, the Devil World was just a transit station for him to go to the Immortal World. He didn't want to stay here for too long, so during his time in the Devil World, he wanted to make as few moves as possible. It was impossible for him to not make a move at all. He might even go on a killing spree like he did in the cultivation world. No one could predict the future, but Xiao Lingyu would control a little of what she could control now. Having already attacked the demonic Scorpion formation once, she was naturally more familiar with it this time. The work of breaking the formation was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, since the demonic Scorpion sect dared to stay, they naturally did not rely solely on the demonic Scorpion formation. When they saw the heavenly bandits' speed of breaking the formation increasing, they knew that they would not be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. They released all the demonic scorpions they had raised and ordered them to attack the cultivators of the heavenly bandits to reduce the pressure on their demonic formation. Although the demonic scorpions' cultivations were not high, they were all fearless. They attacked wave after wave, causing the cultivators of the heavenly bandits to immediately stop attacking the demonic formation. Have you encountered this before? Xiao Lingyu asked Zhu Jin. If the speed of breaking the formation was not increased, the demonic scorpion sect might really be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. I haven't, Zhu Jin replied without any change in his expression. Then, have you made any preparations to deal with this situation? Xiao Lingyu asked again. Yes, Zhu Jin said with a nod. Just as Zhu Jin finished speaking, a dozen or so late-stage Heavenly Devil Realm experts among the cultivators of the Heaven-Smiting Bandit group that were attacking the demonic scorpion formation leapt into the air and threw bags of white powder down from the sky. When the powder landed on the demonic scorpions, they immediately emitted smoke from their bodies. The demonic scorpions also let out blood-curdling screeches as they tried to shake off the smoke from their bodies, unable to continue attacking. This move is very targeted. Shaolin Yu praised. However, there are no shortcuts to breaking this demonic scorpion formation. We can only rely on strong attacks, Zhu Jin said gloomily. The demonic scorpion formation was created by the Heavenly Bandits. The other cultivators did not know the principles behind it at all. They had only attacked it once and were unable to find flaw in it. However, after dealing with the demonic scorpion's charge, the Heavenly Bandits' attacks on the demonic scorpion formation continued to increase. After half a day, the demonic scorpion formation showed signs of collapsing. Under the attacks of more than 100 bandits, the demonic scorpion formation continued to rumble. Although the demonic chi surged more vigorously, its momentum gradually weakened. We're about to break the formation. Everyone get ready, a bandit leader shouted as he increased his attacks. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I can't believe I've run into you here again. This time, you're all going to die. Just as the demonic scorpion formation was being attacked, an angry roar came from a distance. Then, a black light shot out from the distance and turned into a black figure standing in the air. Oh no, that old guy at the early stage of the true demon realm is here again. Zhu Jin's expression changed drastically. Zhu Jin was about to order the bandits to gather together to deal with this person, but he was stopped by Shaolin Yu. Don't panic. He just advanced to the early stage of the true demon realm not long ago. He can't be that powerful. Shaolin Yu glanced at the black figure and said calmly. Zhu Jin had absolute trust in Shaolin Yu, but he didn't know how strong Shaolin Yu was. After thinking about it carefully, he calmed down a little. Shaolin Yu and Zhu Jin could calm down, but the bandits couldn't. Most of them had seen this person's magical powers and methods. They all thought that this expert would ruin their operation again. Continue to attack the demonic scorpion formation. Many bandits were preparing to retreat, but just as they turned around, they heard Shaolin Yu's shout. Then, the bandit leaders took the lead and turned around to continue attacking. Only then did the Heavenly Bandits not collapse because of the early stage true Demon Realm expert's appearance. Kid, you're only at the late stage of the Demon King realm, but you're quite bold. After hearing Shaolin Yu's shout, the black figure wrapped himself in a mighty aura and whistled down. You guys just do your best to complete the mission. Leave this old guy to me, Shaolin Yu said to Zhu Jin. He also stood up, but his aura didn't increase by much. The strength of a ninth tribulation expert in the cultivation world was equivalent to the late stage of the Demon King realm. Shaolin Yu's realm was just one level higher than a ninth tribulation expert, comparable to the early stage of the true demon realm. However, in terms of realm, Shaolin Yu's strength wasn't something an ordinary early stage true demon realm expert could compare to. On the other hand, his opponent had just advanced to the early stage of the true demon realm. If he didn't have an overly powerful magic treasure, he wouldn't be a match for Shaolin Yu. That was why Shaolin Yu was so bold and calm. Bang! Shaolin Yu and his opponent met in midair. Their palms fiercely pressed together, and then they both retreated. Powerful shock waves of aura swept out in all directions, causing all the bandits and cultivators of the Demon Scorpion sect to turn pale with fright. It was also because of this shock wave of aura that the Demon Scorpion formation, which was already on the verge of collapse, immediately collapsed. Black demon chi gushed out from the Demon Scorpion Valley, and huge demon scorpions revealed themselves from the demon chi. The Heavenly Bandits didn't rush over to fight with the other party. Instead, they surrounded the other party tightly. If anyone dared to rush out, everyone would focus their attacks on them. No one would be able to rush out. The overall strength of the Heavenly Bandits far exceeded that of the Demon Scorpion sect, so they could easily eliminate the other party. At first, the other party didn't want to rush out after all the cultivators who wanted to rush out were killed. However, when they saw the encirclement of the Heavenly Bandits gradually shrinking, they couldn't hold back anymore. The reason why Xiao Yu attacked was because he wanted to see what level he was at in the demon realm. When the two palms collided, Xiao Yu and his opponent were each sent flying a distance away. However, although this palm seemed to be evenly matched, Xiao Yu actually only used half of his strength. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the late-stage Demon King level. Even if he only used the strength of a late-stage Demon King, Xiao Yu cultivated the chaotic force, which was enough for him to challenge an early-stage true demon cultivator who had just advanced. You really do have some ability, the other party strangely praised. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a black ray of light. A spinning wheel flashing with bloody light swept towards Xiao Yu at an extremely fast speed. You actually have a high-grade demon treasure. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes, but he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His body directly rushed towards the spinning wheel. When he was about to reach it, he fiercely threw out a punch. For an early-stage true demon cultivator, being able to have a high-grade demon treasure was definitely not a shallow fortune. However, a high-grade demon treasure was no threat to Xiao Yu. Moreover, under Xiao Yu's punch, the magic treasure's demonic light instantly dimmed, and it flew into the sky like a meteor. How is this possible? The early-stage true demon cultivator turned pale with fright. Only now did he realize that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately fled in the direction his spinning wheel had flown. You want to leave now? It's too late. Xiao Yu sneered. The wings of extreme speed appeared behind him. In a flash, he was already side by side with the other party. With another flash, he blocked the other party's path. Don't tell me you want to kill me all? The cultivator knew that he couldn't escape, so he simply stopped and asked, If I let you live, will you continue to look for my bandit group in the future? Xiao Yu asked indifferently. I can swear to the heavens that I won't think about revenge again. How about it? The person looked very sincere. Actually, I'm quite interested in the fact that you've passed by here twice. Can you tell me about it? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. If it was said that the person passing by here last time was a coincidence, but this time the person appeared here again, Xiao Yu naturally had reason to suspect that there was a problem. The reason why he asked was because Xiao Yu planned to use this valley as the base of the Heavenly Bandits. With such an early-stage, true demon expert frequently coming here, Xiao Yu naturally couldn't be at ease. I'm just passing by. When Xiao Yu asked, the other party's eyes flickered, but then he said perfunctorily, Chapter 232. I really just happened to pass by. Do you suspect that I'm related to the Devil Scorpion sect? The man asked. I really don't want to know if you're related. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll have no choice but to kill you, Xiao Yu said with a smile. If I go all out, you'll pay a heavy price even if you can kill me, the man said, unconvinced. I'm afraid you're being too arrogant. Your high-rank magic tool couldn't harm me in the slightest. I don't believe you have any other means to injure me. Don't talk big. My patience is limited. Look, the battle over there is about to end. If you want to be buried with the Demon Scorpion sect, I don't mind fulfilling your wish, Xiao Yu said in a relaxed manner. Below, the Heavenly Bandits gradually closed the encirclement with their absolute advantage. One after another, the cultivators of the Devil Scorpion sect died on the spot. For the bandits and passers-by in the vicinity, this was definitely a gratifying matter. Who knew how many cultivators in the vicinity wanted nothing more than to kill the entire Devil Scorpion sect? Only half a day had passed. The reinforcements of the Devil Scorpion sect definitely wouldn't arrive in time. Before they arrived, they would definitely turn around and leave upon hearing that the Devil Scorpion sect had been destroyed. They wouldn't even think about avenging the sect. The early true demon hesitated for a moment before dejectedly saying, If you can promise not to kill me, I can tell you some secrets in detail. Whether I kill you or not depends on your attitude. It also depends on whether the things you tell me are valuable to me. Xiaoling Yu said, non-committally. It's definitely valuable to you. As long as you haven't reached the mystical demon realm, it's valuable to you, the early true demon said with certainty. Then tell me about it. Xiaoling Yu said with great interest. The early true demon took a deep breath and said, Actually, I've been keeping an eye on the giant peak of the Devil Scorpion Valley for the past few years because I know there's a great opportunity there. Last time and this time, it wasn't a coincidence that I passed by. I've been loitering around the area. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, I intervened to prevent you from discovering anything in the giant peak after the Devil Scorpion sect was destroyed. Aren't you worried that the Devil Scorpion sect will discover something? Xiaoling Yu asked. The Devil Kings of the Devil Scorpion sect are too weak, and their realms are too low. If they could discover it, they would have discovered it long ago. After all these years of observation, I can already confirm that the giant peak is the place I'm looking for. I was just about to make my move when you guys came to rob me. Last time, I was injured and escaped. After recovering, I came here again. I was worried that you would come back and affect my actions, so I waited here for a while. I didn't think you would really come and bring an expert like you. The early-stage true demon cultivator said gloomily. You don't have to be so depressed. If there are any benefits, I won't monopolize it. However, you have to promise me one thing, Xiaoling Yu said generously. What is it? The newcomer didn't directly thank Xiaoling Yu. Instead, he asked cautiously, Help me lead these bandits and let them gradually grow stronger. Of course, I'll share their gains with you. Xiaoling Yu pointed to the ground. The battle below was nearing its end. Almost all of the Devil Scorpion sect's cultivators had been killed. The Heavenly Bandits cultivators were also quickly cleaning up the battlefield and searching for treasures in the valley. Although I've been cultivating alone, it's precisely because of this that I don't have much experience in leading a group. If you want me to help, I can help, but it's too difficult to lead them. The newcomer shook his head. What I want is for you to stay inside. I don't need you to come up with any plans. I just need you to occasionally contribute. In terms of planning, there are already experts inside, Xiaoling Yu said, her tone gradually becoming gentler. Is there a time limit? If there's no time limit, I'd rather you kill me right now. The newcomer seemed to want to negotiate. Actually, there's nothing bad about being a bandit. Of course, if you think this bandit group has no future and want a time limit, I can give you a time limit. Let's set it at 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you can leave at any time, and we can make a soul oath. You don't have to worry about me forcing you to stay. Xiaoling Yu said casually. 10,000 years. The early true demon cultivator was slightly surprised. Then, as if afraid that Xiaoling Yu would regret it, he nodded and said, Deal. 10,000 years wasn't a long time for a true devil cultivator. Sometimes one secluded cultivation could pass in a flash. Although the time limit is a bit short, unless you really can't change the overall situation, you must do your best. You can't shirk responsibility or deliberately slack off. Xiaoling Yu added, That's not a problem. Since I've agreed, I won't do it half-heartedly. The newcomer nodded. Good. Then let's make a soul oath contract now. Then, Xiaoling Yu and the expert both made a soul oath. This wasn't an oath of loyalty, but a contract of equal cooperation. Boss, the area below has been cleaned up. Should we retreat? A demon king flew up and asked, What's the situation with the reinforcements of the demon scorpion sect? Xiaoling Yu asked indifferently. His expression didn't have the excitement and joy of a bandit after a great victory. Replying to boss, they haven't retreated and are still rushing here at full speed. They'll be here in an hour. So Boss Zhu wants me to ask if we should retreat? The Demon King respectfully replied. No need to retreat. Have everyone get into formation and wait for them to come. Xiaoling Yu said confidently. Boss, the reinforcements of the Demon Scorpion sect are made up of 4 sections. 3 of them aren't weaker than the Demon Scorpion sect, and one of them is much stronger. What? Are you questioning my decision? Xiaoling Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at the Demon King. This subordinate doesn't dare. This subordinate will pass down the order for boss. The Demon King felt a chill in his heart from Xiaoling Yu's stare. He hurriedly descended and warned himself not to be so stupid in the future. At the same time, he thought of the Demon Scorpion sect's early-stage cultivator who was fighting with boss. He seemed to be very calm with boss just now, as if the two had reached an agreement. Even an early-stage cultivator couldn't do anything to boss, so why should they fear the reinforcements? The battle just now wasn't over yet. You'll have a chance to show off in a bit, Xiaoling Yu said to the early-stage cultivator. The early-stage cultivator frowned and understood that he had to show his loyalty. He nodded and said, "Boss, don't worry. As long as there aren't any true demons, I'll deal with them alone." "Ha, that's great," Xiaoling Yu said with a laugh. After waiting for half an hour, the reinforcements of the Demon Scorpion sect came from afar. There were 1,000 of them. They were very orderly and majestic. They were like a black dragon flying through the sky with an aura that could flatten the world. When the reinforcements approached, they automatically separated and continued to advance in a pocket-shaped formation. They looked like they were going to surround the entire Demon Scorpion Valley. Their movements were fast, and their coordination was good. Anyone who dares to take half a step forward will be killed without mercy. When the reinforcements were 1,000 feet away from the Demon Scorpion Valley, the early-stage cultivator who was originally standing beside Xiaoling Yu flew out and proudly stood in the sky. He didn't allow anyone to refuse. The domineering aura of a true demon expert was fully displayed. The reinforcements were intimidated by the aura of a true demon expert and immediately stopped in their tracks. No one dared to take half a step forward. This was the so-called one man can hold back 10,000. However, a moment later, the reinforcements flew toward the person. That person was a late-stage Demon King. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior, we received news that the Demon Scorpion sect was robbed and came to help. May I ask why Senior stopped us?" The person's attitude was respectful. An early-stage, true demon cultivator naturally wouldn't be too arrogant. He smiled faintly and said, "This old man is also part of the robbers you speak of. Do you think this old man should stop you?" Once this was said, all the cultivators except Xiaoling Yu were shocked. The reinforcements were shocked because the Devil Scorpion sect had actually offended a true Devil Stage bandit. The cultivators of the Heaven Smiting Bandit group were shocked because this true Devil Stage expert had wanted to kill them just a moment ago. How did he suddenly become one of their own? However, after the initial shock, what was different was that the reinforcements were all slightly fearful. They didn't dare to move forward and silently retreated. However, the Heaven Smiting Bandit group was elated because they would have a true devil expert to oversee their bandit group in the future. As for why this true devil expert would join them, they must have thought of their leader. The reason why Xiaoling Yu allowed this early-stage true demon expert to fight the enemy was to announce to outsiders and their own people that the Heavenly Bandits had a true demon expert. With a true demon expert here, the reinforcements seemed to have the advantage in numbers. However, they wouldn't offend a true demon expert just because of the Demon Scorpion sect, so they tactfully retreated. Xiaoling Yu landed in front of Zhu Jin and said, "The environment of the Demon Scorpion Valley is much better than the underground cave. Let's all settle down here in the future. Isn't this place a bit too obvious?" Zhu Jin asked. "Haha, don't tell me you want to live in hiding from now on. Since you have great ambitions, you must have the courage to face the world," Xiaoling Yu said with a smile, but his tone was a bit heroic. "All right, I'll have them clean up the valley." Zhu Jin accepted the order and left. "You've already joined the Heavenly Bandits. I still don't know your name. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Xiaoling Yu," Xiaoling Yu said to the early-stage true demon cultivator. "I'm Songju," the early-stage true demon cultivator replied. Chapter 233. The giant peak was called the Giant Peak, not because it looked like a giant standing proudly between heaven and earth, but because there were a few giant stone statues on the steep cliffs of the giant peak. Ordinary cultivators could not fly, so they could not see the giant statues up close because they were all halfway up the mountain. Although Xiao Lingyu could not fly directly to the top of the giant peak, he could still fly halfway up the mountain. He flew up with Songju and quietly observed the statues. The giants in the statues were either sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed or looking up at the sky with their hands behind their backs. Some had long hair flying in the wind with their eyes wide open, and some had a serious expression with their heads lowered. When Xiao Lingyu heard that there were giant statues here, he thought that there was a secret hidden in these statues and that he could comprehend some kind of peerless technique. He did not expect that, after looking at them for half a day, he could not comprehend anything at all. Apart from the fact that these statues had realistic expressions and were worthy of praise for their large size, there was nothing special about them. Xiao Lingyu was slightly disappointed. The key is not in these giant statues. They are just trying to hide something and attract everyone's attention. If we pay too much attention to these statues, we will not gain anything even if we come here 1,000 times. Songju explained when he saw Xiao Lingyu's strange expression. Then where is the key? Xiao Lingyu asked. The key is in the nostrils of these statues. Through there, we can enter the inside of these statues. The place we want to go is inside these statues. Songju pointed at the faces of the statues and said, I see. If we did not know the secret behind it, it would be really difficult to find this key just by looking at it with the naked eye or using our minds, Xiao Lingyu said in admiration. However, even if there is a secret behind it, it is not easy to enter the inside of the statues. The space inside is huge and there are many restrictions. Not to mention that one careless mistake could lead to death. Even if there are no restrictions blocking the way, it will be very difficult to go deep because there should be some strange magical beasts that have cultivated for many years inside, Songju said worriedly. Strange magical beasts? Xiao Lingyu frowned slightly. Yes, strange magical beasts. They may be magical beasts that can be easily found in the demon realm, but there will be some changes that will be very troublesome to deal with. I do have a way to deal with those restrictions. It's just that I don't dare to rashly set foot in those magical beasts all these years. Songju nodded and said, How strong are those magical beasts? Xiao Lingyu asked again. They should all be below spirit demon, Songju guessed. Even if they're all below the spirit demon stage, as you said, but if they're a late true demon stage or peak true demon stage existences, then the two of us won't be able to fight against them. Moreover, you can't rule out the possibility of spirit demon stage magical beasts. It's too risky to go in like this. Xiao Lingyu said cautiously. If you think it's dangerous, then we can make more preparations before going in. This is already our territory, so there's no harm in going in later, Songju said. Xiao Lingyu thought for a while and said, The world is changing. Today, this is our territory. Who can guarantee that there won't be any changes here in the future? Who can guarantee that we will have a chance? The reason why Xiao Lingyu said this was not that she was not worried about those dangers, but she felt that if she left this time, maybe Songju would have already gone in alone before she came back again. Then let's go in and give it a try. Maybe there are no strange, magical beasts inside at all. Songju said, then moved his body and slowly approached the nostrils of a stone statue. From afar, the nostrils were not big, but when they got closer, they found that the nostrils were oval in shape. The largest diameter was no less than 5 feet. It could easily accommodate Xiao Lingyu and Xiao Lingyu at the same time. Entering the nostrils of the stone statue, it was completely dark, but the vision of the two was not too limited. The two of them could also see through their bodies without hindrance. First, they slowly went up for a while, then the road ahead suddenly turned and extended downwards. After going down for about 1,000 feet, Xiao Lingyu finally felt the fluctuating aura of the restriction, and the restriction was not weak. Songju said that he had a way to deal with the restriction inside, so Xiao Lingyu was not in a hurry to make a move. She waited for Songju to cast a spell. Songju did not dawdle. He walked in front of the restriction and took out a spirit beast bag. He shook it in the air, and a silver light flew out. The silver light hit the restriction in an instant, but it did not cause any ripples. Instead, a beetle-like magical beast appeared. This is a forbidden devouring bug. As long as it is not a top-grade magical restriction, it can devour all the restriction energy in it. This restriction will also melt like ice and snow. We don't have to spend too much effort, but it will take some time, Songju explained. Brother Song is really extraordinary. You can even get such a rare thing like the forbidden devouring bug. Shaoling Yu praised. Although the forbidden devouring bug's bloodline was not comparable to a divine beast and could barely be regarded as an upper-ranked divine beast, its ability to destroy restrictions was incomparable to many upper-ranked divine beasts. The forbidden devouring bug is actually not a big deal. After all, it is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it can easily die. Many people are not willing to spend too much effort on it, Songju explained while waiting for the forbidden devouring bug to destroy the restriction. Indeed, the forbidden devouring bug below the mystical demon stage is not very useful. It can only destroy some upper-grade magical restrictions, and its speed is very slow. It also needs the restriction to be unguarded. Shaoling Yu knew a little about the forbidden devouring bug, so she was able to continue the conversation. Yes, the forbidden devouring bug seems to be able to devour restrictions, but it does not have any strong self-protection ability. It is very easy to be killed. Only when it grows to the mystical demon stage can it drive the restriction power in its body to attack and defend itself. Moreover, when it reaches the mystical demon stage, its carapace is comparable to an ordinary top-grade defensive magical treasure. It is not easy to die. Even if there is a restriction guarded by someone, it can withstand the attack of others and destroy the restriction. Songju continued to add. It is said that if the forbidden devouring bug can reach the demon overlord stage, its carapace is comparable to a defensive magical artifact. Even if it is a top-grade magical array guarded by someone, it can be destroyed in a moment. Even if it is a divine array, as long as there is no one guarding it, it can also swallow it into its stomach. It just takes a little longer, Shaoling Yu sighed and said. There are more than hundreds of millions of forbidden devouring bugs in the demon realm, but it is estimated that not even one of them can reach the demon overlord stage. Cultivating a forbidden devouring bug in the demon overlord stage not only requires countless restrictions of various grades, but also takes a very long time. According to records, there was a forbidden devouring bug in the demon overlord stage in the demon realm, and the cultivation time of that forbidden devouring bug was 3 times that of a demon overlord stage master. Songju also sighed and said, Shaoling Yu talked about the forbidden devouring bug for half an hour before the forbidden devouring bug destroyed the restriction in front of them. Songju just slightly surged his aura, and the remaining power of the restriction was shaken away. The road ahead was opened, and the two kept the forbidden devouring bug and continued to move forward. Just like this, the two of them used most of the day to destroy over 10 high-grade devilish restrictions, yet they actually didn't encounter the strange devilish beasts they'd imagined. Shaoling Yu couldn't help but wonder if Songju had intentionally said that there were dangerous, strange devilish beasts here to make him feel fearful and not dare enter. Just when Shaoling Yu was suspecting Songju, a strong wind blew in his face, and Shaoling Yu punched out without thinking. Bang! With a loud bang, Shaoling Yu felt a sharp pain in his fist, and his fingers became wet and hot. His fingers were injured. Shaoling Yu was shocked, and his body also took a few steps back. After standing still again, he looked at his bleeding finger and frowned. His finger was close to the quality of a top-grade immortal artifact, but it was injured, which meant that the attack just now was comparable to a top-grade immortal artifact. It's a demonic beast. Songju also retreated to Shaoling Yu's side and whispered. That gust of wind disappeared after attacking Shaoling Yu. No matter how Shaoling Yu searched, he was unable to see the other party's figure. This meant that not only was the other party extremely fast, his attack power was also not weak, and he was also good at hiding his figure. Such a demonic beast was very dangerous for any true demon stage expert. Xiaoling Yu had reason to believe that if he did not come in, Songju alone would have lost his life. Xiaoling Yu were on full alert for a long time, but the strange demonic beast did not attack again. Songju said, "It may know that it can't do anything to us, so it has escaped. Let's move on." Xiaoling Yu nodded and said, "Okay, let's move on, but we have to be more careful." Although the magical beast had disappeared without a trace and seemed to have escaped, Xiaoling Yu always felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. He felt that the two of them had become the prey of the magical beast. Moreover, the other party was very patient. After a failed sneak attack, it would hide and look for the next opportunity. It could be considered an excellent hunter. However, Xiaoling Yu was definitely not a docile sheep. If the demonic beast appeared again, Xiaoling Yu would definitely attack it head-on. Just now, he was in a hurry, otherwise, the demonic beast would not have had the chance to escape. It was also because he was confident that Xiaoling Yu dared to move on. It wasn't long before the two of them were stopped by another restriction, and there was actually a magical beast that wasn't very large and had soft dark red fur lying in front of the restriction. The demonic beast was very strange. It had two heads. One was like a lion's head, and the other was like a tiger's head. However, the two heads were at the front and back of its body. In this way, it only had a head and no tail. "This isn't a liger beast, is it?" Songju asked curiously. "No. Although the liger beast also has a lion's head and a tiger's head, the two heads are together. However, the strength of this demonic beast is not weak. Its cultivation should have reached the true demon stage." Xiaoling Yu shook his head and said, "The restriction behind it should be a top-quality demonic formation." Songju added, "Are we almost there?" Xiaoling Yu asked. "No, we have only walked less than a third of the way." Songju shook his head and said, Chapter 234. First Master, can you tell what realm it is exactly? Songju asked Xiaoling Yu. "It's almost at the peak of the middle stage of the true demon realm," Xiaoling Yu said with certainty. In fact, he really couldn't tell the specific cultivation level of the liger, but he felt that it was at least one level higher than him. But even if he couldn't see it accurately, Xiaoling Yu could vaguely sense it. Moreover, he couldn't tell Songju that he couldn't see it. Otherwise, his true cultivation level would be exposed, and the deterrence he had on Songju would weaken. Being able to tell that the liger's cultivation level was at the peak of the middle stage of the true demon realm was equivalent to telling Songju that Xiaoling Yu's cultivation was above it. Songju wouldn't dare to be disloyal and would be more respectful to him in the future. Songju asked that question to test Xiaoling Yu's strength. Hearing that Xiaoling Yu could see the cultivation level of the magical beast, Songju was slightly relieved. Therefore, Songju boldly took a step forward. Roar! Songju only took a step forward, and the liger immediately stood up. The liger let out an angry roar, as if warning Xiaoling Yu and Xiaoling Yu not to take half a step forward. This roar came too suddenly, causing Songju, who wasn't very confident, to immediately take 2 steps back and stand behind Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu, on the other hand, took a step forward fearlessly. His fingers were constantly moving, and a circle of yin-yang fish seal, formed by chaos magic power, gradually appeared. Xiaoling Yu's aura was also constantly rising. Xiaoling Yu's cultivation level was comparable to the early stage of the true demon realm, but his cultivation level was definitely higher than any other true demon expert, and his cultivation level was definitely not inferior to any middle stage true demon cultivator. Roar! After being provoked by Xiaoling Yu, the magical beast let out another angry roar, and its forehooves suddenly stomped on the ground. Its body was like an arrow released from a bow, and it flew toward Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu sneered coldly, and his arms suddenly pushed out, and the circle of chaos seal whizzed out. The passage was only so big, and the circle of yin-yang fish seal almost completely sealed the front. The magical beast couldn't dodge at all, and even if it retreated, it couldn't dodge. After all, there was a top-grade magic seal behind it. But what Xiaoling Yu didn't expect was that the liger magical beast didn't retreat, nor did it dodge. Instead, it stretched out its two front claws, and its whole body was suddenly wrapped in a cone-shaped light shield. The tip of the cone was its two front claws. The liger's front paws quickly met the yin-yang chaos seal, but at that moment, the liger's front paws tore the seal. The liger magical beast passed through the chaos seal without any damage, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Xiao Lingyu, and the energy shield wrapped around its body broke free and fiercely hit Xiao Lingyu's chest. Xiao Lingyu didn't expect the other party to break the chaos seal so easily, so he was caught off guard and was hit. His body was pushed dozens of feet away, and he smashed into the twisted stone wall, and his whole body was in pain. "Beast, you're courting death." Roar. The liger magical beast originally wanted to expand its victory, but just as it was about to pounce on Xiao Lingyu again, Songju hurriedly threw out his devil wheel. The liger magical beast didn't have any energy defense, so it didn't dare to take the high-grade magic tools attack head-on. It stopped, opened its mouth, and spat out a dark red beam, which actually sent the high-grade magic tool's devil wheel flying. Xiao Lingyu took the opportunity to stabilize his body and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, while Songju tried his best to recall his devil wheel. However, the liger magical beast's body swayed, and it actually split into 2, one liger-shaped magical beast and the other tiger-shaped magical beast. They attacked Xiao Lingyu and Songju separately. What was surprising was that even though they had split into 2, their strength was still the same as before. In other words, their strength had doubled after they had split. Songju suddenly felt a headache coming on, but Xiao Lingyu's expression didn't change, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the attack and the opponent's devil wheel. "Brother Song, you just need to hold on for a while." After Xiao Lingyu instructed, a circle of chaos seal appeared in front of him, and it blasted towards the liger that was charging towards him. Then, he held the silver moon broken blade in his hand. Just like last time, the liger-shaped magical beast body tore apart the chaos seal, and the sharp awl left the magical beast body and stabbed towards Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu smiled coldly, and the silver moon broken blade in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Although Xiao Lingyu still couldn't unleash the power of a divine weapon, just the sharpness and toughness of a divine weapon in Xiao Lingyu's hands were enough to easily destroy any demonic treasure of the highest grade. The sharp awl of energy naturally couldn't block the silver moon broken blade slash, and it was instantly split in half, and the 2 dark red energies brushed past Xiao Lingyu. Xiao Lingyu didn't stop for a moment, and a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. His body swayed, and he appeared beside the liger-shaped magical beast. Like Xiao Lingyu before, the magical beast didn't expect its attack to be broken so easily, and it couldn't form any effective defense in a hurry, and could only use its front claws to block the silver moon broken blade's attack. The liger-shaped magical beast's strength wasn't weak, but its front claws couldn't block the attack of a divine weapon even if they were supported by power. The silver moon broken blade cut through the magical beast's front claws like tofu, and very easily cut off one of its front claws. Having suffered such a heavy injury, the liger-shaped magical beast immediately let out a miserable cry, and then, as fresh blood spurted out, its body swayed, and it merged with the liger-shaped magical beast. After merging into one, the liger-shaped magical beast's injury disappeared, and its 4 thick legs were all intact, without any scars. However, the pool of blood on the ground and the bloodstains on the stone wall proved that it was indeed injured just now. Just now, Songju was only focused on blocking, and he managed to defend against 2 of the liger-shaped magical beast attacks. However, if it wasn't for Xiao Lingyu quickly gaining the upper hand, Songju didn't know how many more attacks he could have blocked. Only then did the liger-shaped magical beast realize the strength of the newcomers. It stared at the broken blade that severely injured it just now, and in its heart, it already knew that it couldn't deal with these 2 human cultivators who disturbed its beautiful dream. Therefore, before the two of them attacked again, the liger-shaped magical beast let out a roar that had a certain meaning. The roar wasn't very loud, but it was able to surge in all directions and spread very far. Oh no, it's calling for other magical beasts. Although Xiaoling Yu didn't know much about the liger-shaped magical beast, he had interacted with many magical beasts for many years and could determine the meaning of the roar. He immediately became nervous. Xiaoling Yu did not hesitate any longer. Since the other party was asking for help, it meant that they were not confident enough. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu held the silver moon broken blade and rushed over. With a light flap of the silver wings, Xiaoling Yu moved horizontally in front of the liger-shaped magical beast. The silver moon broken blade also shone with a cold light as it slashed towards the liger-shaped magical beast. The tunnel was only so big, and although the liger-shaped magical beast wasn't huge, it was definitely not small either. The width of its body alone already took up more than half of the tunnel's width. This tunnel was a little narrow for the liger-shaped magical beast, and it was very difficult for it to use its abilities. It was even more difficult for it to dodge Xiaoling Yu's attack, whose speed wasn't any slower than its own. The liger-shaped magical beast could only cast a circle of energy around its body and use it to withstand the attack while waiting for reinforcements. Unfortunately, the liger-shaped magical beast still underestimated the sharpness of the silver moon broken blade and Xiaoling Yu's strength. Every time the silver moon broken blade struck, it could easily tear apart its defensive barrier and leave a deep wound on its body. As its flesh was cut open, blood naturally splattered everywhere, but it was blocked by the new defensive barrier and dyed its entire body red. Xiaoling Yu was worried that it would be ganged up on by the other magical beasts, so she was extremely fast and merciless. In just a few breaths, the liger-shaped magical beast collapsed and died on the spot due to its severe injuries. Just as the liger-shaped magical beast died, there were roars of magical beasts coming from behind, and a powerful aura had already surged over. Although the liger-shaped magical beast had fallen, there was still a supreme-grade magical seal in front of her. If she still used the forbidden devouring bugs to gnaw at the seal, it would take a long time to break it, not to mention whether the supreme-grade magical seal could be destroyed. Therefore, Xiaoling Yu didn't wait for the forbidden devouring bugs. After putting away the liger-shaped magical beast body, she swung the silver moon broken blade and slashed at the seal. The seal would counterattack, but Xiaoling Yu chose to take it head-on. This supreme-grade magical seal had existed for many years, and its power was no longer as powerful as it used to be. Its counterattack happened to be close to the attack of a supreme-grade magical weapon, so Xiaoling Yu's body could take it head-on. However, when Xiaoling Yu broke the seal, a few magical beasts had already rushed over. Xiaoling Yu led Songju over the destroyed seal and fled forward at full speed, but the magical beasts were not slow either, and they kept following closely behind. They advanced at full speed, but after a few minutes, another seal blocked their way, but it was not a supreme-grade magical seal. Xiaoling Yu only needed to swing the silver moon broken blade once, and the seal would break. However, even if it was only a short delay, it was still a delay, and the magical beasts gradually closed the distance between them and the two of them. The most troublesome thing was that after passing through a few more seals, Xiaoling Yu and Songju encountered another supreme-grade magical seal, and in front of that seal, there was a powerful magical beast blocking it. Xiaoling Yu suddenly fell into an awkward situation. The magical beast in front had already stood up and stared at them with an unfriendly expression, while the 5 or 6 magical beasts behind it slowed down and slowly approached. "Rush over. We have the seal behind us," Xiaoling Yu shouted and rushed forward quickly. The magical beast did not understand Xiaoling Yu and Songju's intention, and also rushed to meet them. When Xiaoling Yu was about to meet the magical beast, she suddenly flashed to the side of the wall, and then directly rushed to stand in front of the seal, while Songju rushed from the other side. Chapter 235. There were a total of 7 demonic beasts on the other side. After them, there would definitely be more demonic beasts rushing over. Although Shaolin Yu could easily break the supreme grade demonic seal at the back, as long as he dared to make a move, those demonic beasts would definitely pounce over. With Song Ju's strength, it was impossible for him to stop those demonic beasts and delay them for a while. Shaolin Yu judged the situation and handed the divine artifact Silver Needle to Song Ju. He said, "Use this treasure to break the seal at the back. I'll block them." This is... After receiving the Silver Needle, Song Ju felt that there was nothing special about it and asked curiously, "Don't worry, just use it. It's enough to break this seal," Shaolin Yu said in a deep voice. Song Ju didn't ask any further. The situation was too dangerous, and he couldn't deal with it at all. He could only choose to trust Shaolin Yu unconditionally. However, Song Ju wasn't an ignorant person. Since Shaolin Yu was so sure that the Silver Needle could break the supreme grade demonic seal, he naturally had doubts in his heart. Could it be a divine artifact? Just as he had this thought, Song Ju shook his head and thought to himself, "It shouldn't be a divine artifact. Divine artifacts aren't stones that can be seen everywhere on the road. Only experts who have reached the peak of the demonic realm can have a divine artifact. Although this leader isn't a mediocre person, he definitely hasn't even reached the spirit demon realm. How can he have a divine artifact? This must be a special magic treasure." Shaolin Yu could guess what Song Ju was thinking, but he couldn't care so much at this time. He still held the Silver Moon broken sword and narrowed his eyes to look at the 7 demonic beasts that would pounce over at any time. It seemed like there were 7 demonic beasts, but Shaolin Yu knew that there should be 8 demonic beasts on the other side. Although that demonic beast was hidden, it had been staring at Shaolin Yu. The dangerous aura it released would be sensed by Shaolin Yu. Shaolin Yu didn't care about the 7 demonic beasts in front of her because their strength was in the true demon realm. The strongest was in the late true demon realm. Shaolin Yu was only in the early true demon realm, but even if he couldn't do anything to a late true demon beast, the late true demon beast couldn't do anything to him either. After all, a beast god art wasn't very powerful and they couldn't use magic artifacts. It was just that their bodies were a bit stronger. To Shaolin Yu, having a strong body was not an advantage at all. However, the magical beast that was hiding in the dark was the existence that Shaolin Yu was most afraid of because it had injured Shaolin Yu before. Shaolin Yu had reason to believe that it was either a spirit demon or a late true demon with a special ability. Because of his fear, Shaolin Yu was especially careful. His consciousness also surged out at full force, carefully searching the surrounding space. Shaolin Yu, whose eyes were already blooming with divine light, used about 10 breaths of time to finally find the hidden magical beast. However, he was a little apprehensive. Under the scan of Shaolin Yu's consciousness, the magical beast's body was illusory like as if it was just an illusion. This wasn't what made Shaolin Yu's hair stand on end. What surprised Shaolin Yu the most was that the magical beast had a human form, but it had a snake-like face that Shaolin Yu thought was a little twisted. Moreover, its long hair danced in the wind, but in the process, it turned into slender snakes that flicked their tongues. Apart from this, the other physical characteristics of this magical beast were actually no different from a human woman. She wore a purple muslin dress, had a tall and slender figure, slightly protruding chest, and when the muslin dress fluttered in the wind, faintly revealed long white legs. If this magical beast appeared on Earth, it would definitely be treated as a demon ghost. Timid people would definitely faint when they saw it. It just stood there quietly in a corner, a pair of bloodthirsty, triangular snake eyes staring intently at Shaolin Yu. Its body remained illusory, giving off an unusually terrifying feeling. Even Shaolin Yu, a cultivator who had experienced countless storms, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. That magical beast seemed to feel Shaolin Yu's gaze. Its body swayed, and it disappeared from Shaolin Yu's sight. Shaolin Yu needed 10 breaths of time to find the magical beast. It was impossible to lock onto the magical beast. Moreover, if they were in a battle, how would he have 10 breaths of time to search for the magical beast's figure? Moreover, the magical beast was standing still, which was why he could find it. If the magical beast kept moving, he wouldn't be able to find it. Just based on the fact that he couldn't find the magical beast, Xiaolingyu knew that he couldn't defeat the magical beast. If he fought with it, he could only passively defend. The 7 magical beasts that could be seen didn't give Xiaolingyu too much time. Seeing that Songju had begun to break the restriction, they roared together and rushed over, as if the meaning of their existence was to protect these restrictions. Xiaolingyu came back to his senses and stood behind Songju, motionless. The silver moon broken blade in his hand shone with a dazzling cold light. A magical beast that looked like a wild wolf pounced over, but it was swept by a cold light, and the wolf's head was cut in two. A magical beast that looked like a yak was stomping towards them. The cold light flashed again, and the yak's hooves were chopped off, blood splattering in all directions. Any magical beast below the late stage of true demon would be injured by the silver moon broken blade in one round if they dared to come close. Xiaolingyu's realm was not low. His attack speed was extremely fast, and his hit rate was extremely high. Xiaolingyu had interacted with magical beasts many times, after all, and understood many magical beasts. He knew where their flaws and weaknesses were when they attacked. After a round of attacks, only the late-stage true demon beast was not injured, but it also dodged quickly. At this time, it was still a little fearful of the silver moon broken blade's might. Songju hid behind Xiaolingyu, constantly using the silver needles in his hand to break the restrictions. The speed of breaking the restrictions was slower. He didn't dare to be as bold as Xiaolingyu, because he couldn't withstand the counterattack of a top-grade magical restriction. Xiaolingyu was still standing in the same place, not moving from beginning to end, and his attention was also highly concentrated, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The magical beast that had been hiding still hadn't shown itself to attack, but its aura had been locked onto Xiaolingyu, as if it was looking for the best time to attack, or it had been deterred by Xiaolingyu's strength. The reason why Xiaolingyu hurt the magical beasts every time he attacked was to make the powerful magical beast that was good at hiding not dare to act rashly. However, when the late-stage true demon beast brought the other 6 injured magical beasts over, Xiaolingyu had just swung the silver moon broken blade when a gust of wind attacked from the left. The silver moon broken blade was in Xiaolingyu's right hand, and it had been fiercely swung out, so it was impossible to withdraw it now. Xiaolingyu didn't withdraw the silver moon broken blade, but 6 sacred rays of light shot out from his body. The 6 rays of light connected into a line, forming a sacred light sword. The sacred aura that overflowed from it made all the magical beasts that came close to it stagnate. For demonic cultivators and magical beasts, the sacred aura was the aura they hated the most because this aura had an extremely strong suppression on their cultivation, and it would also make their soul tremble. Under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators wouldn't be able to have a magic treasure with sacred aura, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to refine it. Even if they refined it, they wouldn't be able to use it normally. A high-level, sacred magic treasure appearing in a battle in the demonic realm was even rarer than a divine weapon appearing in a battle in the demonic realm. But this kind of thing that only happened once in 100 million years had appeared today. The magical beast in human form also didn't expect this. It had already calculated the timing, and if it attacked at this time, the opponent would definitely be injured, but it never thought that the opponent would have a follow-up move. The sacred light sword appeared too suddenly, and no matter how miraculous the magical beast in human form was, it couldn't dodge, and its body was directly penetrated by the light sword. Gee! The magical beast let out a strange scream, and the place where the sacred light sword penetrated its illusory body, a transparent hole that kept expanding, appeared. There was no blood spurting out, but no matter how it shook its body, it couldn't hide again. Furthermore, after the divine light sword pierced through the demonic beast, it dispersed and turned into 6 divine light beads. It was preparing to seal the demonic beast. But to Shaolin Yu's surprise, just as the 6 sacred pearls appeared, the magical beast in human form turned into a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace in a flash. The 6 demon-suppressing immortal pearls were called back by Shaolin Yu and began to bombard the magical beasts. In just one wave of bombardment, 3 of the 7 magical beasts died, and the other 4 fled in fear. Shaolin Yu put away the demon-suppressing immortal pearls and waited for a while before turning around, and used the silver moon broken blade in his hand to help Song Ju break through the seal. When the demon-suppressing immortal pearls appeared, Song Ju was also shocked. At this time, he didn't understand how this leader had a sacred treasure, and the grade was very high. However, Song Ju was also a smart person and knew what to ask and what not to ask, so he forced himself to calm down and didn't say anything more. When the seal was broken, he very obediently returned the silver needle to Shaolin Yu. Up until now, Shaolin Yu had used almost all of his means. His strength was also on full display. Of course, this was under normal circumstances. If you're to go all out, he should be able to be even stronger. After breaking more than 10 high-grade and 1 extreme-grade demon seal, and killing a magical beast in the middle stage of True Demon, Song Ju said to Shaolin Yu that they were close to the target. After another 1,000 feet, Shaolin Yu saw an altar-like building, and at the top of the building, there was a box that seemed to be completely made of black iron floating. "We're here. The treasure is in that box." Song Ju pointed at the box and said excitedly. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart that he came with Shaolin Yu. If he came alone, it would be impossible to come here. Chapter 236. After Song Ju heard Shaolin Yu's reminder, he shifted his gaze from the box to the altar. The altar was about 10 feet high. It was in the shape of a vertical rectangle. There were more than 30 stone steps in front of the 2 people. However, each step was engraved with mysterious spell patterns. Shaolin Yu was referring to this place when he said that it was strange. Song Ju looked at it carefully and said, "There should be a big problem with those incantations, but this altar is not very high. We don't have to walk up the stone steps. We could just fly up." Shaolin Yu did not say anything. Instead, he walked closer to the altar and stared at a line of words engraved on the other side of the altar. The general meaning of that line of words was that if the cultivator could walk up the steps and reach the top of the altar, the black iron box would automatically open. If the cultivator did not walk up the stone steps, he could fly up, but he needed the corresponding key to open it. And the key was on one of the demonic beasts. Shaolin Yu did not have the key, and they did not know which demonic beast had the key. They could not possibly kill all the demonic beasts to find the key. It seems like we still have to walk up step by step," Song Ju said, helplessly after reading the small words. "That might not be the case," Shaolin Yu said non-committally. Shaolin Yu flew up and stared at the not-so-big box for a while with a smile on his face. The quality of this black iron box was comparable to that of a top-grade demonic weapon. Even without the key, Shaolin Yu could cut it open with his silver moon broken sword. Even if the treasure inside was damaged because of the strong slash, Shaolin Yu would not take the risk to walk up the steps or find the demonic beast to snatch the key. At least he would not lose too much if he did not get the treasure. However, Shaolin Yu's smile suddenly froze, and he turned around abruptly. In the direction where the 2 of them came from, the human-shaped demonic beast appeared again. The hole in its body had completely healed, but its expression was more ferocious than before. After exchanging a glance with Shaolin Yu, the humanoid magical beast disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind attacked Song Ju, who was standing below. That demonic beast actually wanted to kill Song Ju first. It actually knew that it should be easy first and difficult second. Shaolin Yu snorted coldly. A seal of chaos whizzed out and blasted towards Song Ju. Although the magical beast seemed to be unscathed, it was definitely not completely unharmed after being pierced through by the divine light sword. The human-shaped demonic beast did not dare to take Xiao Yu's seal of chaos head-on. It dodged the attack, and Xiao Yu landed beside Song Ju. The 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs appeared once again. Although they did not form a divine light sword, they still made the illusory magical beast not dare to continue attacking. Instead, it hit itself again. This kind of magical beast was good at looking for opportunities to attack instead of fighting head-on, especially when it was disadvantageous to them. Xiao Yu guessed that the magical beast appeared here to prevent them from touching the box. Therefore, he did not look for the magical beast. Instead, he flew up again with Song Ju and slashed at the black iron box with a silver moon broken blade. The magical beast seemed to be very confident in the defense of the black iron box and did not come out to stop them. However, after a sharp clang sound, the seemingly sturdy black metal box was split into 2. Song Ju originally felt that they should not break the box so violently. However, he did not have a better idea or suggestion, so he did not say anything. As soon as the box was broken, the hidden magical beast let out a loud cry. Its body appeared beside the box. Its long hair turned into a long snake and surrounded Xiao Yu. Just as Xiao Yu was about to break the box, the magical beast used a superb concealment technique to sneak to the side. Seeing that the box was broken, it could not help but reveal itself to attack. Xiao Yu was already prepared. The 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs whizzed out again. However, they did not form a divine light sword to attack. Instead, they surrounded the magical beast's head and cast a divine light screen to seal the magical beast. The human-shaped, illusory magical beast kept hitting the divine light screen with an extremely angry look. However, its attacks had no effect on the divine light screen. Instead, it caused the 6 demon-suppressing immortal orbs to continuously release divine light to bombard its body. After sealing the magical beast, Xiao Yu calmed down and looked at the top of the altar. After the black metal box was broken open, a palm-sized jade slip was revealed. However, although the jade slip did not withstand the attack of the silver moon broken blade, it was still damaged when the box exploded. Its surface was already covered with cracks, and it looked like it could break apart at any time. Xiao Yu guessed that the jade slip must contain extraordinary content. However, he did not touch it for fear that it would break apart. Instead, he immersed his consciousness into it. Just as Xiao Yu's consciousness entered the jade slip suddenly cracked. The content engraved in the jade slip was also split into dozens of pieces. However, Xiao Yu forcefully gathered them together and kept them in his soul memory. However, what made Xiao Yu helpless was that it was extremely difficult for him to put the disordered content together. Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to put it together. Instead, he turned around and looked at the trapped magical beast. Under the bombardment of the demon-suppressing immortal orb, the magical beast was no longer in its human form. Instead, it had turned into a small snake covered in wounds. It still looked like it was on its last breath. However, it was no longer in an illusory state. Xiao Yu did not have any pity. He used his consciousness to control the demon-suppressing immortal orb to continue attacking until the magical beast was completely destroyed. His strength had increased by a lot. Under Xiao Yu's control, the demon-suppressing immortal orb's power had increased by a lot. Even if his cultivation had been demonized, the primal chaos energy was still origin energy. Xiao Yu could control any type of magic treasure. Moreover, the demon-suppressing immortal orb's divine aura did not have much effect on him. After putting away the demon-suppressing immortal orb, Xiao Yu put the small snake into the spirit beast pouch. Together with the magical beast he had killed before, he gave it to the strange cub with the primal chaos energy. The cultivators and magical beasts of the devil realm could rely on devouring the energy of other cultivators or magical beasts to increase their cultivation. The strange cub was no exception. Leader, The jade slip is broken. What did you see? Sangju asked curiously. The things recorded are very messy. However, don't worry. Once I've sorted it out, I will definitely share it with you. Xiaoling Yu said with a smile. Leader, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to be greedy for the content inside. I just thought that it would be a pity if the content inside disappeared. After all, we took a lot of risks to come here. Sangju said with a dry smile. It's not too dangerous. Even that strange demonic beast was only at the peak of the late true demon realm. It wasn't at the spirit demon realm. If it was at the spirit demon realm, the two of us would probably die here. After Xiaoling Yu said this, he walked back the way he came, but just after 2 steps, he asked again, there should be only one place where the treasure is hidden, right? Sangju was stunned for a moment. Then he said with certainty, there is only one place. The reason why Sangju was stunned was not because he was thinking about how to answer, but because he was thinking about Xiaoling Yu's previous words. The magical beast that could transform into a phantom was at the peak of true demon late stage. Even with such cultivation, it was not the opponent of the leader. Moreover, it was almost obliterated without hurting the leader. Then what is the strength of the leader? If the leader was at the spirit demon stage, then why did he say that he would die here if he encountered a true demon stage magical beast? In fact, if it weren't for the divine tool in his hand, if it weren't for the quality of his body that was close to the best quality demon tool, and if it weren't for the 6 demons suppressing immortal orbs that were extremely powerful against the existence of the demon path, Xiaoling Yu wouldn't have such a strong lethality with his chaos power, chaos seal, and chaos true fire. On the way back, although there were some magical beasts that didn't open their eyes to stop them, but the magical beast strength was relatively weak. The restrictions on the way were broken, so Xiaoling Yu only took a cup of tea's time to get out of the giant statue's nose. The demon Scorpion Valley has been cleaned up by the cultivators of the Heavenly Bandits, but there was nothing added. The bandits each chose a cave at the foot of the mountain to cultivate. After Xiaoling Yu came out, Zhu Jin and the other 2 Demon King middle stage bandit leaders came up to them and happily reported the harvest of the Demon Scorpion sect. The profit of the demon stones was a total of 1 million medium-grade demon stones and several thousand high-grade demon stones. For a sect like the Demon Scorpion sect, being able to collect so many demon stones while cultivating their disciples and demon scorpions was already very good. In addition to the demon stones, there were also hundreds of demon scorpions, as well as a lot of materials. All in all, this robbery was very successful, but this time it wasn't a robbery, it was more like a sect extermination. This time, the Heavenly Bandits really tasted the sweetness of a large-scale operation. Once they tasted the sweetness of this operation, they were afraid that in the future, it would be like a flood that broke through the dam. This kind of thing was addictive, and Xiaoling Yu made them addicted. Xiaoling Yu called several Demon King realm experts together. First, he introduced Sangju to everyone. Then, he discussed the matter of this operation with everyone. After that, he got up and left. But before leaving, Xiaoling Yu said to Sangju, I will need some time to sort out the contents of the jade slip. Once I understand it, I will definitely tell you. After more than a day, Xiaoling Yu returned to the East Pole Demon Sect and returned to the Valley of the Imperial Beast Hall. The Imperial Beast Hall was still the same, but when Xiaoling Yu returned, he discovered that Miao Yin, who had been recuperating in seclusion, had come out and was chatting happily with Wang Tai and Hao Run. Seeing Xiaoling Yu return, Wang Tai and Hao Run welcomed him with smiles. Miao Yin, on the other hand, seemed a little embarrassed. He only nodded as a greeting and then left on his own. Thank you for your help these past few days, Xiaoling Yu said politely. Haha, this is nothing. But hurry up and tell us about the situation outside, Hao Ren said with a smile. Chapter 237. After briefly explaining the situation outside, Xiaoling Yu suddenly said, That Miao Yin seems to be very nice to you. When I first came here, he wasn't so polite. Wang Tai and Hao Ren didn't know that Xiaoling Yu and Miao Yin had a grudge against each other, so Hao Ren immediately said, He is much older than us in the Imperial Beast Hall, so he could be considered a senior. He came to give us some tips on feeding young beasts and impart some experience. Didn't he say anything else? Xiaoling Yu asked curiously. He did say something else, but you have to tell me first. When you first came here, how was he rude? Howren said, unwilling to suffer a loss. That's all in the past. Although there were some small conflicts, none of us took it to heart. Let's not talk about unhappy things. I saw that you were chatting happily, so you must have talked about happy things, right? Xiaoling Yu said perfunctorily, then asked, it's a happy thing. He told us that he could help us find a backer in the sect, so that we won't be bullied in the future. Wang Tai didn't have much of a schemer and said truthfully, so, you're looking for a backer. Xiaoling Yu fiercely despised Miao Yin in his heart. He secretly thought that the guy was helping to find a backer to win over Wang Tai and Howren. His face was full of smiles as he said, so, did he find a backer for you? According to him, he found one. He said that he would invite the person to come and see us in a few days. He also said that the backer is very strong and very popular in the sect. As long as we rely on him, it won't be long before we can enter the sect. Moreover, we will be accepted as disciples by the sect's experts. Howren didn't hide anything. Brother Xiao, do you want to join us and rely on that expert? Wang Tai asked kindly. Xiaoling Yu secretly laughed. He didn't need to look to know who Miao Yin's backer was. It must be that little Fang Yu. However, he didn't reveal anything and said in a low voice, actually, I already have a backer. It's the steward of our Imperial Beast Hall. The steward is in the heavenly demon realm. He shouldn't be considered an expert in the sect, right? Howren lowered his voice and asked in surprise. Although the steward's realm isn't very high, he has the support of the sect master. Otherwise, how could he get such a lucrative job as the steward of the Imperial Beast Hall? Xiaoling Yu said with a chuckle. In her heart, she was thinking, the backer that Miao Yin found for you is even weaker than the steward. After some time of observation and inquiry, Xiaoling Yu found out that there were not many Demon King stage experts within the East Demon sect. There were only around 10 plus of them. Only these Demon King stage cultivators could be considered as experts within the East Demon sect. Only they had the qualifications to accept disciples. The East Demon sect had true demon experts, and there should be 5 or 6 of them. Xiaoling Yu learned this from the information provided by the mountain bandits. As for the specific strength of the 5 or 6 true demon experts, the mountain bandits couldn't inquire about it. Xiaoling Yu also didn't dare to ask the old steward. As for whether the East Demon sect had spirit demon realm experts, it was even more unknown. However, there was an unwritten rule in the Blood Moon continent, that is, to be classified as a third-rate sect, there must be at least one spirit demon realm expert. The cultivators in the nearby cultivation world know that East Pole Demon Sect is a third-rate sect, so it can be inferred that East Pole Demon Sect has a spirit demon expert. Xiaoling Yu had also inquired before. The East Pole Demon Sect had only been classified as a third-rate sect more than 200,000 years ago. It must have been at that time that a late-stage, true demon cultivator of the East Pole Demon Sect had advanced to the early-stage spirit demon. After 200,000 years of cultivation, if the aptitude of the East Demon Sect was average, then the strongest person in the East Demon Sect would still be in the spirit demon early stage. Even if the aptitude was high, it was estimated that the strongest person in the East Demon Sect would be in the spirit demon intermediate stage. Xiaoling Yu was not afraid of the true demon realm magical beast that had been trapped for many years, but if it was a true demon late-stage cultivator who had a magical treasure and was good at fighting, then it may not be easy to win. If it was a real spirit demon expert, there was almost no chance of winning. In your opinion, what should we do? Howren, who was more shrewd, asked. It's obvious. Don't you know what to do? Xiaoling Yu did not answer and asked, and then said, I can remind you that whether you can enter the sect or not, in fact, it depends on the steward's intention. Others can't decide, unless it is the sect master of the true devil stage. These two people had just arrived at the East Demon sect. How could they know a true demon realm expert? Seeing that both of them showed a look of understanding, Xiaoling Yu said again, I just went out and had a little understanding, so I want to go into seclusion for a while. Can you two help me share the feeding of the more than 1,000 young beasts? Of course, I will come out of seclusion in 2 or 3 months at most, so it won't be too tiring for you two. Brother Shao, what are you talking about? You can rest assured, the two of us can still handle it. King Tai replied very simply. Howren also nodded in agreement. Shao Lingyu smiled with satisfaction, but quietly took out 2 storage bags and stuffed them into the hands of the 2 people, then quickly returned to his house and went into seclusion in the secret room. He didn't need to greet the hunchbacked old steward, because the old steward regarded him as one of his own and certainly wouldn't have any objection. After all, he was in seclusion and not out. How Rin and King Tai sank their thoughts into their respective spirit beast bags, and then their complexions changed greatly, because there were more than 1,000 middle-grade magic stones in the spirit beast bags. Both How Rin and King Tai were Mahayana realm ascendants, so they also brought some magic stones when they ascended, but they didn't exceed 200 middle-grade magic stones. Now, they had more than 1,000 middle-grade magic stones in just 2 or 3 months' time. It was absolutely a big profit. The 2 people hurriedly put away the storage bags and looked around as if they had a guilty conscience. They were a little relieved when they saw that there was no one around. After looking at each other, they tacitly acted as if nothing had happened and continued to chat as if nothing had happened. Only an idiot would brag about it after getting benefits. Even an honest and upright person like King Tai wouldn't do that. As Shao Lingyu expected, the hunchbacked old steward asked How Run and Wang Tai about Shao Lingyu when he was inspecting the valley. The old steward didn't have the slightest expression after the 2 people told him the truth and only told them to take good care of the young beasts. This made How Run and King Tai even more convinced that the old steward was indeed Shao Lingyu's backer. With the old steward as their backer, their days in the Imperial Beast Hall would naturally be very comfortable. This made the 2 people a little bit excited. After all, they would be staying here for a long time. 5 days after Shao Lingyu's seclusion, Fang Yu came to the Imperial Beast Hall, nominally to see if there were any suitable magical beasts, but in fact he was invited by Miao Yin to accept How Run and King Tai's allegiance. However, Fang Yu hadn't expected that How Run and King Tai wouldn't have the slightest expression after seeing him. Even though Miao Yin winked at them, these 2 people only appear to be very respectful on the surface and didn't say a single word of allegiance. This made Fang Yu very angry, but this was the territory of the hunchbacked old man, and he didn't dare to behave atrociously here. So he could only leave in a huff and secretly vowed to teach these 2 people a painful lesson. The hunchbacked old steward was also a shrewd person. He had been keeping an eye on Fang Yu's arrival and was very satisfied with How Run and King Tai's reaction. So he called the 2 people to his side and chatted for a while. Only the 3 of them knew the specific content of their conversation. However, King Tai's and How Ren's attitude towards Miao Yin had changed a lot since that chat. They were no longer as polite as before and had been feigning civility all along. Miao Yin didn't know that King Tai and How Run had talked with the old steward, so he attributed the change in their attitude to Shao Lingyu. He also blamed Shao Lingyu for the reason why these 2 people didn't pledge allegiance to Fang Yu. Therefore, his hatred towards Shao Lingyu deepened, and he transmitted his speculations to Fang Yu. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, Shao Lingyu finally came out. However, when others came out of closed-door cultivation, they were full of energy and their eyes were shining. However, Shao Lingyu looked extremely tired. His eyes were bloodshot, and even his footsteps were a little weak. How Run and King Tai saw this and came over to express their concern. They both thought that Shao Lingyu had encountered a problem in his cultivation. Shao Lingyu forced a wry smile and said a few perfunctory words. Then, he began to feed more than 1,000 young beasts under his responsibility. The reason why he was so tired wasn't because he had encountered a problem in his cultivation. In fact, he hadn't been cultivating at all. Instead, he had been trying to piece the contents of the jade slip together. However, he couldn't complete this task, even though his mind was very strong. That was because the contents of the jade slip were all self-contained. It didn't seem to have the slightest connection with each other. Xiaoling Yu couldn't connect them together in a reasonable manner, no matter how hard he tried. Xiaoling Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He hadn't dared to break open the box by force. The jade slip wouldn't have shattered if he had let the black iron box open by itself, or if he had found a key to open it. Then, he wouldn't have had to spend so much effort to reassemble it. Naturally, regret was useless. After trying for 3 months, Xiaoling Yu still hadn't found the slightest clue. The only thing he could be sure of was that the contents might indeed be a very powerful magic art. However, the contents were too profound, and it was very difficult to understand them alone. So, he decisively gave up on this task for the time being and wanted to relax for a while. To Xiaoling Yu's relief, the strange young beast with the chaotic force had already devoured all the energy in the corpses of the magical beasts he had sent into the spirit beast bag. Now, its body was wrapped in a black cocoon of magic power, and it had fallen into a state of deep sleep. If it woke up, its strength would surely be greatly improved. After all, those magical beasts had been in the true demon stage when they were alive. Chapter 238. Wang Tai and Haoren also told Xiaoling Yu about Feng Yu's visit to the Imperial Beast Hall. Xiaoling Yu just smiled and reminded them to be careful. They didn't expect that less than 3 days after Xiaoling Yu reminded them, Feng Yu would come to the Imperial Beast Hall again. Moreover, he brought a middle-aged woman with him. When the old steward saw them, he called Xiaoling Yu and the other 3 who were in charge of feeding the young beasts. Seeing that Feng Yu and the old steward were very polite and respectful to the woman, Xiaoling Yu guessed that this woman should be an expert of the East Pole demon sect. After sweeping her with her mind, she found that the woman had the cultivation of the late stage of the Demon King realm. I haven't been here for some time. Zhangde, your Imperial Beast Hall is still as orderly as before. The head of the Imperial Beast Hall didn't make a mistake in letting you take care of it, the woman said in a praising tone while walking casually in the valley. Zhangde is just doing his duty. The Imperial Beast Hall can be so orderly because of the sect's good control, the hunchbacked old man calmly replied. I've heard that a lot of things have happened in the Imperial Beast Hall in recent days. Not only have young and adult magical beasts rioted and caused losses, but some disciples have also died. There are so many things happening in such a big Imperial Beast Hall. You've suffered a lot, the woman said. Master Lu, Zhangde is honored to be able to serve the sect. I don't feel tired. Zhangde replied naturally. It was as if he had said these words countless times, or had kept them in his heart for many years. Some time ago, the Imperial Beast Hall reported to the sect that they were short of manpower. Are they still short of manpower now? The woman nodded and asked. Master Lu, they're not short of manpower now, the hunchbacked old man replied. The woman stopped and looked at Xiaoling Yu, Miao Yin, Wang Tai, and Haoren. She said, the Imperial Beast Hall usually only has 4 people. 3 are responsible for feeding young beasts, and 1 is responsible for looking after the adult beasts. You have 5 people now. You really shouldn't be short of manpower. Martial Uncle Lu, you may not know this, but in recent years, the sect has been constantly sending in new young magical beasts and new adult magical beasts into the cages. However, the sect's experts' demand for magical beasts has decreased, so there are too many magical beasts left in the Imperial Beast Hall. The number of people needed to look after them is no longer the same as before, the old steward said reasonably. The old steward was very shrewd. He could guess that Master Lu came here under Feng Yu's persuasion. She said that the Imperial Beast Hall didn't lack of manpower. She meant that she wanted to take someone away. Master Lu didn't think too much. She probably wanted to take away Xiaoling Yu. Xiaoling Yu. And Wang Tai and Wang had just recently arrived, and didn't mind Ziz's had. Didn't think she wanted to take away Ling Yu was. She wanted to take away. So, the old steward said that the Imperial Beast Hall didn't have enough manpower. Yes, most of the disciples in the sect have received beasts. Moreover, it's very difficult to cultivate one. So, they don't want to come and take more. So, the number of beasts in your Imperial Beast Hall is increasing. After all, we don't dare to recklessly absorb the magical power of these beasts. But we also don't sell them cheaply. The woman nodded in agreement. Then, she said in a seemingly kind manner, "How about this? I'll leave Fangyu here. He'll be your assistant. How about it?" The old steward's complexion changed. He immediately said, "You can't do that." "Oh, why not?" The woman's complexion didn't change. Instead, she asked in a strange manner. Junior Brother Fong is a heavenly demon stage disciple. He's also the leader of the younger generation of the sect. It's a waste of his talent to let him stay in the Imperial Beast Hall. Moreover, this transfer of personnel needs the consent of the sect master, the hunchbacked old man explained. "Fangyu, are you willing to stay in the Imperial Beast Hall for a while?" The woman asked Fangyu. "Master, this disciple is willing, and I'll do my best to cooperate with Senior Brother Zhang to take care of these beasts. I'll listen to Senior Brother Zhang's arrangements," Fangyu replied without thinking. "As for the sect master, I could talk to him. I believe he'll definitely agree," the woman added. As long as Junior Brother Fong and the sect master have no objections, Zhangde is naturally willing to work with Junior Brother Fong. Zhangde had no choice but to agree. Although he was a hall steward, his cultivation wasn't at the Demon King stage. There were many things he couldn't say. Even if he had the sect master's support, he still had to be careful. However, the woman's tone suddenly changed. "Fangyu has always been taking care of things on my side. If I send him to the Imperial Beast Hall to help, I'll have one less disciple who can take care of trivial matters. Zhangde, you won't have any objections if I choose someone from your Imperial Beast Hall, right?" Zhangde knew he had been forced into a trap. Although Martial Aunt Lu was very polite, she was actually bullying him. Although he was extremely dissatisfied, he could only say, if Martial Aunt Lu takes a fancy to someone, that's their fortune. How could Zhangde have any objections? There's no hurry to choose now. This matter still needs to be decided by the sect master. Let's go take a look elsewhere. After saying this, the woman wandered around the Imperial Beast Hall for a while, then left with Fangyu. After the woman left, the old steward's face immediately darkened. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Bitch, you've gone too far." After sending Fangyu and Fangyu off, the old steward's expression returned to normal. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to his room. Shaoling Yu and the other three also dispersed. However, before entering the room, Miao Yin smiled sinisterly at Shaoling Yu's back and said in a low voice, "Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself." Shaoling Yu was not a fool. Even if he didn't use his feet to think, he could tell that the woman was most likely going to take him away. Then, she would definitely make things difficult for him in every possible way. She might even want to play him to death. However, Shaoling Yu was not afraid at all. If the woman really wanted to scheme against him, it would definitely be the stupidest choice she had made in countless years. The next day, Shaoling Yu was called to the old steward's room alone. "You should know why I called you here today, right?" The old steward still looked gloomy. "I can guess a little," Shaoling Yu said calmly. "If Martial Aunt Lu wants to take you away, what do you think?" The old steward asked straightforwardly. "I hope she can treat me like how you treat me," Shaoling Yu said sincerely. Your hope is a little extravagant. My Martial Aunt Lu doesn't have many other abilities, but she's best at confusing people and torturing disciples. Originally, there were 5 disciples under her. However, at present, only Fangyu remains. If it wasn't for the fact that Fangyu was handsome and knew how to please her, I reckon that he would have already been toyed to death by her. The old manager said with a bitter smile. Shaoling Yu was silent, but his brows were slightly furrowed. It was clear that he was a little displeased. Sigh, her method of exchanging people is very clever. I reckon that the sect leader will most likely agree to her request. You have to prepare early. If there's a chance, I will chase Fangyu away and exchange you back, the old steward said with a sigh. Thank you for your care, sir, Shaoling Yu said, non-committally. I know you have some ability, but I still have to advise you to endure more. As long as the green hills last, there's hope. Not only does my martial Aunt Lou have a Devil King late-stage cultivation base, but the reason why she is so presumptuous in the sect and played many disciples to death is because she has a very deep background. Even the sect master won't easily touch her, and he hasn't even reprimanded her. The old steward kindly reminded. Kid, remember, Shaolin you nodded, but in his heart, he was doubtful. Even the sect leader of the East Pole Devil sect doesn't dare to ask. Could it be that the spirit demon expert is her backer? Sure enough, a few days later, the woman surnamed Lu and Fong Yu came to the Imperial Beast Hall. Before they came, the old steward had already received news from the sect's higher-ups, so he wasn't surprised at all. After a hypocritical exchange of pleasantries, Fong Yu stayed in the Imperial Beast Hall, while Shaolin Yu was taken away by the woman with a smile. Fong Yu and the old steward addressed each other as martial brothers. Although he was nominally an assistant to the old steward didn't really treat him as a servant. Naturally, Fong Yu's status was much higher than Miao Yan's group. With Fong Yu's arrival, Miao Yan's life would naturally become a lot better. However, Wang Tai and Hao Run would be in a difficult situation. Shaolin Yu had previously reminded them to tightly hug the old steward's big tree. Shaolin Yu didn't want to follow the woman surnamed Lu, but this was the will of the East Pole Devil sect's higher-ups, so he had to comply. Of course, he also wanted to see what kind of tricks this woman, a late Devil King, had. The biggest reason why Shaolin Yu followed her was because he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, Shaolin Yu just wanted to watch a good show. The woman surnamed Lu took Shaolin Yu away, which meant that Shaolin Yu had truly become a disciple of the East Pole Devil sect and could call those heavenly demon cultivators brothers. If this happened to Wang Tai and Hao Run, they would definitely think that they had hit the jackpot. The woman surnamed Lu's cultivation place was behind a water curtain in the east of the East Pole Devil sect's encampment. The water curtain was actually a waterfall, but its scale wasn't very big, only a few hundred meters wide and 60 meters high. Behind the water curtain was an immortal's cave, where the woman surnamed Lu cultivated. It was said to be one of the best cultivation places in the East Pole Devil sect. After being taken to the immortal's cave, Shaolin Yu felt that the demonic spiritual power here was 10 times richer than the Imperial Beast Hall's valley. He secretly thought that this woman really knew how to pick a place. The immortal's cave was not small, and there were dozens of secret rooms and storage rooms connected by several winding passages. The woman surnamed Lu took Shaolin Yu to the end of a passage and pointed to several secret rooms in front of them, saying, "You can cultivate here from now on. I'm tired today, so you can familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment." After saying that, the woman surnamed Lu twisted her waist and yawned as she left. Shaolin Yu didn't wander around. He casually pushed open the door of a secret room and went inside to meditate. Chapter 239. Woman Lu brought Shaolin Yu to a rather large secret room, which made Shaolin Yu feel quite baffled. This secret room shouldn't be a place for cultivators to cultivate. It was more like a high-end guest room. The interior was luxuriously decorated. There were exquisite crystal ornaments, carpets made from the fur of high-grade devil beasts, bright pearls that emitted warm radiance, and gorgeous furnaces that emitted fragrant mists. All of these made the entire room feel warm and cozy. However, what made Shaolin Yu frown was the content of the paintings on the walls that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. On the 4 walls, other than the portrait of a benevolent old man hanging in the middle of the main hall, the other 3 walls depicted scenes of men and women having sex. Moreover, the paintings were very lifelike, and their expressions were very lifelike. If there was a man and a woman in such a cozy room, and they saw the pictures on the wall, they might really be aroused and go to the Wu Mountains to do it together. However, Shaolin Yu also heard that woman Lu wasn't a chaste woman. She was famous for her beauty in the sect, and almost all of the disciples who came under her tutelage had an affair with her. It was said that she cultivated the dual cultivation method and used yang to replenish her yin. Fang Yu's 4 senior martial brothers had their yang essence sucked dry by her and died. Originally, making a move on one's own disciple was considered incest. Moreover, making a move on one's own disciple was a great taboo in the sect. However, no one ever came to ask about this matter. In the East Pole Devil sect, very few male disciples were willing to become her disciple and didn't want to interact with her. Woman Lu naturally wouldn't make a move on someone else's disciple, so she could only make a move on her own disciple. Fang Yu was a smart person. While having an affair with his master, he was also able to preserve his yang essence. Therefore, he wasn't played to death. However, Fang Yu's method of preserving his yang essence wasn't honorable. Most of the time, he plotted against his fellow disciples and used vicious methods to steal their yang essence to make up for his loss. Woman Lu appeared to be 25 or 26 years old. Although she didn't look like a pure girl, she didn't look old either. She could be considered a young woman. Her features were picturesque, her eyes were watery, and every frown and smile of hers carried charm. After she brought Xiao Yu over, she lazily laid down on a bed covered with soft magical beast fur. Her clothes were half undone, revealing a large area of white skin, immediately causing the atmosphere to become ambiguous. "You're Xiao Yu, right?" Mrs. Lu asked. "Yes," Xiao Yu said calmly. Although he wasn't afraid at all, this situation was unexpected. "Come over here and help me massage my shoulders." "I don't know what's wrong with me recently, but my body has been very sore." The woman waved at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu frowned slightly, but he didn't lift his leg. He wasn't afraid of fighting, and it wouldn't be considered a plot. After all, his true strength far exceeded that of a late-stage demon king. However, the current situation made him a little confused. He thought to himself, could it be that she wants to seduce me and then suck my yang essence dry? Why are you standing still? Could it be that you don't want to serve me? The woman asked with a face full of hidden bitterness. She looked like a little wife acting coquettishly. An invisible fluctuation emitted from her body and lingered around Xiao Yu. This fluctuation was very obscure. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the true demon realm, it would be very difficult to notice. Xiao Yu pretended not to notice and let the invisible fluctuation sweep over his body. He didn't use any power to resist it. The invisible fluctuation could ignore the body's defense and directly invade a cultivator's knowledge sea. It should be a kind of enchantment. It was useful for ordinary cultivators, but it had no effect on Xiao Yu because his soul wasn't in his knowledge sea. However, Xiao Yu didn't delay. He slowly walked to the side of the bed and circled behind the woman. His hands fell on the woman's fragrant shoulders. The woman's skin was as smooth as water, incomparably smooth. Moreover, there was a warmth that spread from Xiao Yu's fingertips to his whole body, making him unable to help but feel his bones and flesh go soft. Ah, what made Xiao Yu's body tremble was that just as he gently kneaded, the woman let out a soul-stirring moan. The woman's eyes were half closed and her face was flushed red, as if she was a sensitive woman who was receiving the thrusts of a man. "Don't stop," the woman said softly. Her tone was soft, as if she was pouting coquettishly. If the bewitching technique had already taken effect, an ordinary cultivator would definitely not be able to control himself. However, Xiao Yu's mind was extremely clear. Holding the attitude of watching a show, he continued to knead. Accompanied by Xiao Yu's kneading, the woman's body continued to undulate. The clothes on her upper body automatically unbuttoned, revealing a large amount of tender white skin on her chest and lower abdomen. She didn't hide anything at all. Her pair of soft breasts were slightly raised, and the 2 points on her chest were as alluring as fresh grapes. As expected, it's this move. If she's a pure woman, I'll make do with it. It's not like I can't satisfy her once. Xiao Yu thought teasingly in his heart. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. After all, he was a normal man. He wouldn't refuse to take advantage of her for free. He had never claimed to be a gentleman. However, in order to make the act more realistic, Xiao Yu would occasionally make his strength chaotic when needing. He would also make his aura fluctuate continuously. However, he didn't do anything overboard. The woman seemed to feel that she wasn't doing enough, and the clothes on her lower body slowly fell off. At this moment, apart from the thin upper garment that was draped over her wrist, she was practically naked. Moreover, her eyes were closed, and she was facing Xiao Yu. Fragrance constantly came out of her mouth, and the invisible waves on her body were released even more. Those invisible waves, accompanied by her increasingly hurried moans, madly invaded Xiao Yu's body. Not only did they continuously sweep through Xiao Yu's consciousness, but they also acted on Xiao Yu's lower abdomen. The invisible waves had almost no effect on Xiao Yu's consciousness, but they had a significant effect on his lower abdomen. Xiao Yu actually felt that his crotch was gradually heating up. However, as long as his consciousness was clear, Xiao Yu could control his body. Although he secretly scolded his little brother for not living up to his expectations, he would still pretend to be short of breath. His eyes were still filled with an almost undetectable teasing look. When she heard Xiao Yu's breathing and felt Xiao Yu's palms becoming hotter and hotter, the woman thought that her seduction technique had already taken effect. However, it seemed like she should increase her strength a little. No wonder Xiao Fong said that this guy was a little difficult to deal with. So he's actually quite resilient. However, since he's in front of my bed, he can't help but be conquered. I'll give him some strong medicine. Thinking of this, the young woman's two slender hands began to caress her entire body. She put her fingers to her lips and stuck out her lilac tongue to lick them. She caressed her soft breasts, the shape of those plump breasts constantly changing in her hands. She moved her hands to her lower abdomen and entangled them with the thick black hair. The more Xiao Yu watched, the hotter his ears became. Although he thought that he had a lot of self-control, he still felt a little overwhelmed. He had never seen such a beautiful and charming scene before. At this moment, the woman's eyes were half closed and full of tenderness as she stared at Xiao Yu. This made it difficult for Xiao Yu to turn his head away and not look. However, no matter what, Xiao Yu would not have sex with this woman who did not care about her reputation. He only watched and pretended to be mesmerized. However, he still obediently massaged the woman's shoulders and back without any further actions. No matter what kind of seduction technique the woman used, even if she reached her fingers into her crotch to comfort herself, Xiao Yu remained unmoved. This made the woman very angry, but she could not flare up. After using the seduction technique for a long time, it seemed to be enjoyable, but in fact, it consumed a lot of energy. After casting the technique with all her strength for a full 4 hours, the woman could only wave at Xiao Yu somewhat tiredly and say, "Let's stop here for today. I'll rest for a while and call you to teach me the demonic arts another day." Now that the woman was Xiao Yu's master in name, she naturally had the responsibility to teach him the demonic arts of the East Pole Devil sect. However, she did not accept Xiao Yu as a disciple, and Xiao Yu did not come to learn the demonic arts either. When two people with bad intentions met and fought a battle of wits and courage, it would naturally be very exciting. However, Xiao Yu would definitely have the upper hand. This kid is really strange. I'm using so much energy, but he doesn't have the slightest reaction. Could it be that he's originally incompetent? Thinking of this, the woman shook her head again. The masculine aura on his body is very strong. He should be a man with a lot of energy and ability. Could it be that he doesn't dare to get on this bed because his strength is weak? It seems that I'm still too anxious. I still need to give him some time. No matter what, this kid's willpower is really strong. He doesn't seem like an Earth Demon stage cultivator who has just ascended. The woman's thoughts were tangled. This was the first time that her technique was ineffective on a disciple of the sect, which made her feel a little frustrated. Xiao Yu returned to his secret room with an unchanged expression. His body had already returned to normal, and that disappointing thing was no longer like a fire stick. If she gives in to me every once in a while, I'll suffer. If this goes on, Even if she doesn't suck my yang essence dry, I'll suffocate to death. After returning from that kind of scene, how could Xiaoling Yu's heart be at peace? However, after meditating for a while, those chaotic scenes gradually turned into scenes of him and Anya's happy days at the headquarters of the Shuntian League, making his gloomy face reveal a bit of nostalgia and gratification. A few days passed like this, and the woman once again called Xiaoling Yu over. This time, she didn't let Xiaoling Yu massage her shoulders and back. Instead, she passed a few jade slips to Xiaoling Yu, saying that they were all devil techniques practiced by the disciples of the devil sect. However, she didn't directly teach Xiaoling Yu the cultivation method of those devil techniques. Instead, she chatted with Xiaoling Yu about the interesting things of the East Pole devil sect. Her attitude was very amiable, and her expression was also full of smiles, giving people the feeling that a young couple was having a private conversation. It didn't seem like a master teaching a disciple at all. In this way, for more than half a year, the woman chatted with Xiaoling Yu. Moreover, she took good care of Xiaoling Yu. The two of them looked like a loving couple. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.